morning, everyone. I'd like to call our meeting to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have a quorum? Good. Good morning. Okay. We'd like to invite everyone to join us in a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As you know, our meetings are recorded, and the public can access our meetings on the State Board website with our streaming vendor, Town Hall Streams, and on YouTube. And the public can register to provide comments. And our platform, you can do that in person or virtually. Our platform is Zoom. So if you're coming in virtually, if you encounter a problem with Zoom, we ask you to come back in using the audio feature. Meeting videos, agenda, and materials are posted there online. As we move into our public comment period, we'll call upon our guests in the order in which they registered. We'll start first with our virtual guest, and then we'll come to our guests here in the room. You will have 3 minutes to provide your comments. Mr. Hands will monitor that. When the time expires, we ask you to complete your sentence, but not to make any additional remarks. Comments should be directed to the entire board, not to an individual board member. While the board members will not respond to the comments, please be assured that we take your comments very seriously. If you happen to have any statements or other material that you would like for the board to see, please feel free to give that material to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that that information is made available to our board. Okay, we're going to start now with our virtual guests. I'd like to recognize Ms. Seraph. Welcome. Ms. Seraph, you... I don't... Yeah. Ms. Seraph, can you hear me? She may have stepped away. Let's go to, we'll come back to her. Let's go to Ms. Bright. Ms. Bright, can you hear? Are we having a technology problem? Okay. Well, I want you to know that the State Board is extraordinarily resourceful. We can, we got this. We're gonna do it in person. Karen Bright.
Ears off.
Good. That's what I wanted.
Oh.
They saw that. They saw us going on and trying to figure this out.
Ms. Bright, can you hear?
Volume.
Can you hear me, Ms. Bright? We got Ms. Seraph. I don't think they can hear us. So why don't you guys work on that from the technology side? And what we're going to do is we're going to go to folks here in the room and reverse the order. We can handle this, right? We can handle this, right? Yeah, yeah, we got this. We got this. We got this. Okay. I'd like to have Dr. Papakai from the superintendent from Talbot County. Good to see you again. You're going to give us an update from Prazam. Welcome. Happy New Year. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Happy New Year to all of you.
How's school going so far?
It's going well. It's going very fast, but it's going well.
Okay. Please.
So good morning, President Crawford, members of the board, Dr. Wright, those of you in attendance in person and virtually. I'm Dr. Sharon Papakai, proud superintendent of Talbot County Public Schools, where it's always a great day for success at TCPS. Being in this role just 1.5 years, I'm fully committed to the full implementation of not only the blueprint, but the 3 priorities that we have in the district, which are 1, academic equity around mathematic practices, 2, fostering an engaging environment for our students and staff, and 3, making sure that we're hiring and sustaining a highly qualified and diverse staff that's representative of our student body. And so they're not exclusive of one another. Our blueprint and our priorities are very much integrated together. I have a talented and dedicated staff. My blueprint coordinator, although I'm biased, is the best, Kristen Tillman. But I want to just inform 2 topics that have been at the center of most recent conversations, not only at Talbot, but when we meet as a group of superintendents. Dual enrollment and blueprint we talk about. For the 5 rural counties, we leverage and we scale our ideas. Dual enrollment gives our students more opportunities to access coursework beyond high school. We're currently strengthening our collaborative efforts and looking at a day in the life of a student. What does it look and sound like in real time? CCR, and we're excited to see that that's on the agenda and that we're eager to hear about the standards and the requirements that will be articulated. We've seen many students successfully complete apprenticeships and/or CTE completers. And specifically for our county, Talbot County is an apprenticeship site. And we're excited of that, in that we have students that are employed with our EMS services. So we're excited about that. We have 2 dynamic career counselors in Talbot that have truly helped elevate the career component of the CCR designation. Yesterday, I was able to sit in full day with our strategic facilitator, Sharon Gaskins, and listen to the stock take meetings that we are discussing with our pillar leads, doing deep dives. Where are we with our data, our quick wins? What do we have to do moving forward to bring more internal and external stakeholders to the table? So in conclusion, no risk, no reward. I always want to make sure the good outweighs the bad. And so I invite each of you to come over to the shore, cross the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and check out what's going on in real time. Because the challenges that we see right now on the table is the sustainability with the minimal financial resources that we have. But we're coming together, we're thinking outside of the box of how we can make that work for the future of our students, not only in Talbot County, but in the state of Maryland. So I thank you for your time, which you do for all of our students here in Maryland. Thank you.
We thank you very much for what you do as well. And again, thank you. It's always good to see you.
Likewise.
We'll take you up on that offer.
Please do.
Okay, all righty. I'd like to, at this time, welcome Ms. Shelso. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pia Shelzo. I'm currently a senior in high school in Bethesda, Maryland. I'm also pleased to hold the title of Miss Montgomery County's teen under the Miss America organization. Thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in this Maryland State Board of Education meeting and to share my ideas. In a world where 1 in 5 people are neurodivergent, it is crucial that we raise awareness about neurodiversity and create more inclusive school environments. The term neurodiversity means that there are many different ways of thinking, learning, and behaving. And these differences are not deficits, but rather should be viewed as strengths. These variations in the human brain include a variety of common conditions, such as autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and much more. My personal experiences having ADHD and Tourette syndrome inspire my passion for changing the narrative to positively impact the neurodiverse community. Teachers and school administrators play a vital role in creating supportive learning environments that promote a sense of belonging. When students feel secure, seen, and heard, they are better able to actively engage and learn. To foster inclusive classrooms where students learn and thrive, I propose that K-12 teachers and school administrators in Maryland be required to participate in neurodiversity training and periodic retraining. Neurodivergent students have many strengths that are often overlooked in traditional classroom settings. I believe that this training would provide school adults with the opportunity to learn how to best accommodate, support, and celebrate learning differences in their classrooms. Through this training, teachers will learn specific strategies to incorporate into their classroom setup, lesson plan, and assessments. This would include personal stories from neurodivergent students sharing their experiences. Teachers for different grade levels will be trained separately so they can best adapt what they have learned to their students' specific needs. As a neurodivergent youth, I have experienced firsthand what it feels like to be misunderstood or underestimated in the classroom. My goal with speaking with you today is to ensure that neurodivergent youth feel that they belong and are able to succeed. Requiring the neurodiversity training that I have described will lead to students having greater equity and opportunity in the classroom, which ultimately will lead to lifelong academic success. In your role as the Maryland State Board of Education, I hope that you'll consider my ideas and incorporate them into the decisions that you make now and in the future, because it is time for us to think differently about neurodiversity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate that. I've mentioned this before, but I have dyslexia, and 50-some years, 60-some years ago, no one ever talked about it. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. Great. I'd like to now invite Ms. Schiller. Welcome. How are you doing? Good, good.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Jessica Schiller. I'm a professor at Towson University in educational leadership, and I've been doing teaching and research on community schools for several years. For 2 years, I ran the Research Practice Network for the Institute for Educational Leadership. I've contributed to research demonstrating the positive impact of community schools on attendance and social capital, and have developed our community engagement coursework at the university. So today, I just want to take some time this morning to introduce myself and the ongoing work at Towson University to support community schools. And given the scale up of them statewide, we thought it might be a good time to share this work and check in that we've been doing, and to offer MSDE support as they work to support the districts. So I had slides, but I don't see them. So I'll share them at another time.
You can just send them to us and we'll take a look.
Okay.
If you can.
I did send them like yesterday or when I registered. Actually, probably. Don't know. It might be this one. No, it's not. You know what? It's okay. I actually
We'll
don't
just
recognize. So I'll
just make sure if you
I can't see anything here.
okay, there's nothing there. If you would just
You know, it's
make
okay.
sure to
Yeah,
give
I'll
those
share
to
them
Mr.
later
Hands.
on.
He'll get them out to us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll share them later on.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
No problem.
I'll just begin describing the work
Sure.
a little bit, and then I'll share the slides so you have the visual and can kind of see. But for the last 10 years, Towson University has been partnering with community schools. We've had undergraduate interns through an urban education seminar in community schools since 2013. We've had support from T. Rowe Price to support our community school coordinator supervision of those students. We've brought school kids to campus through those grants. We've presented at conferences together, the National Community Schools Conference. We've been researching and writing together. We'll be at AERA this year presenting. In 2022, we hosted the Baltimore County Community School Kickoff that summer. And we've now had support from the National Association for School, Family, and Community Engagement to do work to train pre-service teachers to learn the work of family and community engagement. We also offer a certificate program in community engagement and leading school change, because we really believe that community schools are a route to transforming schools writ large. And so that very short certificate program is on offer. It's been offered several times quite successfully. And we have kind of a featured course called Understanding the Assets of Families, Children, and Communities that's been especially helpful to folks engaged in the work of community schools. So I say this all to say that we want to build on this. We want to support the ongoing work and the scale up throughout the state. We want to expand these opportunities, offer professional development to school staff. We want to explore opportunities for research, partnering with districts, helping them look at their data, and think about this opportunity as an authentic chance for school transformation. So I'm representing Towson here and do a lot of this work myself, but I'm not the only one. And I know at the college we're very, very eager to roll up our sleeves and help out. So I hope that you'll take that as for what it is, and then authentic offer, and that we can work together to keep the work at the highest level possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the information. At this time, would like to recognize Ms. Jamay. Okay. Ms. Allen, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Actually, I had dental work yesterday, so please excuse my speech.
Okay.
It's a little embarrassing for me, but. Good morning, President Crawford, members of the board, and Superintendent Wright. My name is Mackenzie Allen, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools, also known as MAPS. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that supports charter schools across the state of Maryland. We currently serve around 24,000 students. We're in 1/3 of all districts across the state, and we have about 50 public charter schools. We have 2 that will be opening in the fall, one new school in Prince George's County and one new school in Anne Arundel County. I'm here today to primarily talk about the CSP. So on October 1st, 2023, we were awarded the 5-year Charter School Program Grant, also known as CSP, for $28.7 million. This statewide grant was previously held by MSDE over the last 5 years, and MAPS was contracted to do the technical assistance. Under the urging and support of MSDE, we applied to host this round of the grant. This grant is known as the Expansion Charter School Grant, focused on new school creation, conversion, replication, and expansion of existing programming. And while 90% of the money that we receive will go directly into public schools, we also see significant alignment to the recent legislation and educational goals in the state of Maryland. In our initial application, we focused a portion of our technical assistance on the teacher pipeline, especially teacher populations underrepresented in the field. We are currently partnering with HBCUs across the state to place student teachers with master teachers in public charter schools and assist in their financial component of their licensure upon graduation. Already in year 1, we have 3 students from Morgan State in our program. We are also looking critically at the blueprint for Maryland's future and how we can include metrics that align. We currently asked for subgrants for pre-K expansion to meet the growing needs of the state, and we included boosted funding for rural programming and high school programming. This means a single school would be eligible for up to $2 million in a subgrant. In technical assistance, there are also requirements around professional development for authorizers and partnerships with school districts and MSDE. We're excited about the opportunity to support districts in more critical ways to ensure equity in policy and procedure. Currently, our budget was approved, staff has been hired, technical assistance programming has started, and our subgrantee application is under review by the Federal Department of Education. We're hoping to run the first round of applications this spring. This was just a quick overview of the Maryland Momentum Project. That's what we named it for this year. And I'd be happy to share more updates and details in the future if the board would be interested in a larger, more robust presentation. This program is federally funded and directly for public education in Maryland, and we feel like it's an essential part to keep the board engaged. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate the information. I believe we're now back, we're going to now go back online. I believe we got the technical issues resolved. Ms. Saroff?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How is everyone?
Doing well. Happy New Year. I was concerned that we were going to go into the new year and you wouldn't be here. I didn't know it was now that's something that we wouldn't be able to overcome. We can handle just about anything else.
It's nice to know that I am appreciated here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I am here this morning because I want to bring to the board's attention a very concerning item going on in the school districts, at least that I serve clients, which is Howard, Anne Arundel, Baltimore County, and Baltimore City. What I am noticing is a trend, in my opinion, of going backwards with special education. We have students with certain disabilities that these school districts claim the state of Maryland does not recognize because they're not, quote unquote, on the list for IDEA disabilities. These disabilities include convergence insufficiency or binocular vision disorder and auditory processing, and students who are, quote unquote, twice exceptional, those who are gifted but also have some kind of a disability. And the reason that I'm bringing this to your attention is because these school districts need your guidance, and I think even need your board to mandate that they address these disabilities in the same way they address other disabilities, and not refuse to evaluate or assess these disabilities, which is what these school districts are doing. They're saying that these disabilities don't exist, they don't have an impact, when in fact, and I can attest to this personally, they impact a child's ability to learn to read and to write. I have dyslexia. My dyslexia somewhat stems from the fact that I have both auditory processing and convergence insufficiency. I've had these for many years, and I had a great difficulty learning to read until I was in the 5th grade. I have a daughter who is dealing with the same situation, and I have several clients right now who districts would rather fight and take to court than assess these students. And there's nothing we seem to be able to do about it because, again, what we are being told is the state of Maryland doesn't recognize these disorders. So I would appreciate this board looking into this situation. I know that there are people who have already been doing work concerning convergence insufficiency, and I thought we had something passed called the Atticus Rule, but apparently we're going backwards, as I said, and we need something to address the other disabilities that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We'd now like to invite Ms. Bright.
Hi, I am here and I'll turn my video. I'm here, but unfortunately, oh gosh, my closet door is still open. We had a bit of a there's my closet. We had a bit of a scramble this morning. Our child's school bus was late, and that was chaos. And then our internet wasn't working. So unfortunately, I am not prepared to do a good job of saying what I wanted to say because I'm on a hotspot on a phone and I don't have the notes here that I wanted to share. But I'll just speak off the cuff for a moment and say that I'm an educator with 30 years of experience in the field of educating dyslexic students. I was at the Genesee School for a long time, and I'm now doing private instruction for kids, for students and their families who have dyslexia and ADHD usually. I now have a child who has ADHD. She's in the Baltimore County public school system. And I basically, to this point, have just focused all my energy on being trained and learning and understanding dyslexia and how to help these kids. But I was compelled to come here today to just sort of start becoming an advocate even more publicly, I guess, in a broader way for these students who have dyslexia. As you heard from the previous speaker, it really impacts every area of their life. And I just urge you, as you discuss the science of reading later today, to not keep swinging the pendulum, to really take the time to understand all of the research and all of the research that's there now with brain science and imaging to understand how these kids' brains work. And what I wanted to really speak to is the pain and the trauma that it causes these kids and their families and their parents. Sorry. The choices that they have to make and the sacrifices. Sorry.
That's all right.
Again, this is me being unprepared, but it is a very emotional subject. And thankfully, I did not have dyslexia and I did not struggle in school, but I've known hundreds and worked with literally hundreds of students and their parents, and parents are mortgaging houses, moving states, having to employ tutors and psychologists and doctors for the illnesses and the emotional health crises that are being caused because our nation's public education system, and a lot of the private schools as well, do not understand how the brain learns to read and haven't been educated. So I just implore you to think about these families and their students and their children. And, you know, even on a societal level, if you look at the research, you see how this crisis is impacting our society. And these kids are, I'm sure you know about the school to prison pipeline and how many of those students are dyslexic. And I just urge you to keep these children and their parents and their sacrifices in mind as you make decisions about implementing proper instruction in our state's colleges and with our teachers, because I do believe the teachers are the heart of it, but I think a lot of teachers just haven't been properly educated on how to teach these kids who are so brilliant and so creative and so resilient, but their self-esteem and their mental health is crumbling because their needs are not being met.
Okay.
So
Thank
that's
you.
my off the cuff. And if it's okay, I will share my properly written comments with you as well. I'll
Yes,
email them
please
to you.
provide those to Mr. Hand,
Okay,
and he
thank you.
will share them with the board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments this morning. This time, we'd like to turn to Ms. Fulton. Okay. And so now we'd like to go to Ms. Berletsky. May have. Okay. And just check back now if one other last person in room. Ms. Jamay. Okay. So I think we've covered everyone, given everyone an opportunity. I want to thank the members of the public for taking time out, whether you come in person or you've decided to join us virtually. We appreciate your comments. We always look forward to this portion of the agenda to be able to hear from you. And as I mentioned, the board listens intently, and we take your comments very seriously. And again, thank you so much for doing that. We're now moving to the new business portion of our agenda. This is our consent agenda portion of the budget of the meeting. We have 3 items that we have there. We have the approval of the December 5th, 2023 meeting minutes, personnel actions, and budget adjustments, December 2023. As is our practice, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection? Yes, sir.
Small but important. Page 5 on the minutes says, 3rd paragraph, Mr. Iola instead of Miss Iola.
Okay.
So just trying to catch that.
Def-
For
Definitely
posterity.
catch that correct. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah. It's good. Absolutely. So we will amend and correct the minutes accordingly. Thank you very much, Mr. Gear. So I will now do it once more. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved.
Mr. President, if I might,
Yes.
can I introduce the person that you just approved?
Yes, yes.
I want to introduce Jeff Sanderson. Jeff, if you'd stand up. Jeff is the new deputy over accountability and comes to us from McKinney, Texas, and has quite a number of years with accountability and shared accountability in Montgomery County, actually. But we're excited to have him on board. He's going to be over everything that's assessment, accountability, teacher licensure, et cetera. So really excited to have him, and he flew in today to be here and get started. His start date is February 21st, so just wanted to have a name with a face. So thanks,
Excellent. Welcome, welcome. We look forward to working with you. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Welcome.
We now move to discussion and approval of the state board's resolution on the science of reading. I want to make a few comments, then I'll ask Mr. Hands to read the document, and we'll have a few more comments. This one, we've only had, this will be just our 3rd resolution in the last 4 years. The first one, as you recall, was a decision to return to in-person learning. We could see, despite the best efforts of teachers and administrators and parents and students, we saw that remote learning was not working well for most children, and we made a decision to return to in-person learning and do that as safely as possible for students and staff. The second resolution that we passed was a resolution that became really our North Star over the last almost 2 years now, and that is Resolution 2201, in which we as a board came together and called for immediate, radical transformation of educational opportunities and outcomes for all of Maryland's students. And that has guided everything that we've done in terms of what we've been focused on. I will just again compliment the board. Every place I go, I talk about the board and how the board, we have a lot of different views, backgrounds, political affiliations and the like, but the one thing that has been the organizing guideline for us has been 2201, educate children. do what we have to do, put everything else aside, and focus on educating children. Well, we're now at a point now where we're bringing before the board Resolution 2401, which would be the statewide adoption and implementation of the science of reading. This one is a personal one for me. As I mentioned earlier, and I've said here in the board and other places, I have dyslexia. When I graduated high school, I couldn't read. And, I could read at a very low level. And when I started college, about 22, my mother had to read to me. I remember what it was like. I was just talking to Dr. Michael last evening, and I was telling him, I said, I remember what it was like. I was in the 5th grade. I was a safety patrol, and I had to get up and pronounce a word and do some reading, and I can remember not being able to do that. And I remember, again, this was probably 60 years or so ago. I remember being ridiculed. I remember not being able to read in Sunday school classes. I can remember the other students from time to time laughing. But I will say that, by faith and having a strong network of family and friends and being a little bullheaded, learned to overcome that. When I learned to read, it opened so many doors and avenues. What we are talking about here, and yes, I did, but it was hard. It doesn't have to be that hard for our children. We're talking about doing something that radically changes outcomes for children. They will perform better in school. I think there are studies that show that they are better positioned for life after the 12th grade, whether college or career. I believe studies also indicate that they're less likely to have run-ins with law enforcement. So we started this a year or so ago with Maryland Leads. We've started to see some improvement, I believe, in part because of the focus on the science of reading. There have been members of our board that have been advocating this for some time. This is where we need to be. So I'm incredibly excited about this. This is, I think, one of the things that board members said early on as we talked to them over the years is, I want to make sure that if I'm going to spend time on the state board, that we do things that matter. And I think that we have been, each year we've been getting a little bit better at doing things that matter and things that matter for children. So we're excited. Let me ask Mr. Hans to read this, and then I'm going to turn to Dr. Michael and Dr. Wright, and then we'll open it up for comments, questions, or whatever. But I'd like for you to read that. It's posted on our website, so people can see it. Okay.
All right. Thank you, President Crawford. Give me just a minute here. It might take a couple of seconds.
Okay.
Resolution of the Maryland State Board of Education 2401, statewide adoption and implementation of the science of reading. Whereas the Maryland State Board of Education recognizes the critical role of literacy in the educational and lifelong success of students, and serves as the foundation for all other academic disciplines. And whereas research demonstrates learning to read is predictive of life outcomes and that reading failure is likely to lead to negative consequences such as dropouts, limited employment opportunities, and difficulties with basic life activities. And whereas the current proficiency rate on the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program for 3rd grade is 48%, and the current proficiency rate for 3rd through 8th grade is 47%, and whereas the current National Assessment of Educational Progress reading proficiency rate for 4th grade students in Maryland is 31%, and by 8th grade only 32% of students demonstrate proficiency, and whereas Maryland's national ranking on the NAEP assessment as measured by the average score in 4th grade has dropped from 24th in the nation in 2015 to 40th in 2022, and in 8th grade Maryland has dropped from 18th in 2015 to 25th in 2022. And whereas the State Board is committed to ensuring that all students have access to high-quality reading instruction that is grounded in the latest scientific research, and whereas research in the field of literacy has consistently demonstrated that evidence-based instructional practices rooted in and aligned to the science of reading have been shown to significantly improve literacy outcomes for students of all backgrounds and abilities, and whereas the science of reading emphasizes the importance of phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension in developing strong reading skills, and whereas a comprehensive and systematic approach to reading instruction, rooted and aligned to the science of reading, is essential for addressing the diverse needs of students in Maryland, and whereas a comprehensive and systematic approach to reading instruction requires an early warning system that includes universal screening and evidence-based supplemental reading instruction to support struggling readers and improve outcomes. And whereas Education Article 2-205 vests the authority in the State Board of Education and by delegation the State Superintendent of Schools to establish policy and guidelines pertaining to elementary and secondary education and the program of instruction for public schools. Now, therefore, the Maryland State Board of Education, by virtue of the authority vested in it by the laws of Maryland, including but not limited to Title II of the Education Article, does hereby resolve: 1. The State Board aims to dramatically improve reading proficiency for students from all backgrounds in Maryland, as indicated by improved outcomes on the state MCAP assessment and the NAEP exam. The State Board sets a statewide aspirational target for Maryland to rank as one of the top 10 states in reading on the 4th and 8th grade NAEP exams by 2027. 2. All literacy instruction in Maryland public schools must be aligned to the science of reading, including structured literacy, effective school year 2024-2025. 3. The State Board charges the State Superintendent of Schools with drafting a comprehensive literacy policy aligned to the science of reading for consideration to the State Board for approval, including but not limited to curriculum adoption, assessment, data analysis, early warning system, intervention, and accountability. 4. The State Superintendent of Schools will review all current state literacy guidance, standards, policies, and regulations for alignment with the science of reading and make recommendations for revisions as needed, including a prioritized review of the Maryland College and Career Readiness standards for reading English language arts to ensure alignment to scientifically based reading instruction. 5. The State Superintendent of Schools will establish strategic partnerships with institutions of higher education to improve the alignment of teacher preparation and professional development to the science of reading. 6. The Maryland State Department of Education shall incorporate a specific evaluation of reading instruction in the licensure program renewal process and take action if programs are not aligned with the state's standards for scientifically based reading instruction. 7. The State Board will continue to partner with the Blueprint Accountability and Implementation Board to ensure that the Blueprint for Maryland's Future advances the science of reading and improves literacy outcomes.
Thank you. So we're in full agreement with the AIB on this matter. I'm going to make one revision. I'm going to turn to Dr. Michael. Then I want to turn to Dr. Millie McCarthy, who has been an advocate and been pushing this ever since I've been on the board, and give her an opportunity. And Dr. Wright, we'll open it up for other members of the State Board that would like to comment or whatever. Dr. Michael.
Excellent. Thank you, President Crawford, and I couldn't agree more that our work here is about improving outcomes for children, and I believe this is a know better, do better moment. We are learning that this is the right way to go in terms of ensuring that all students learn to read well. And then we build on that throughout the rest of education. I do want to note, across the country, we are seeing this type of work being adopted either as an initiative from a governor or adopted by the legislature. I believe the approach that we're taking here in Maryland is the right one. That is that we're really setting the course through policy at the state board, and that work is really building out from what we're calling for the superintendent to do is to really build that out in the hands of educators, and done in a way that is really focused on providing the supports and the direction from the people that know the work most. That is our leaders in education. So I couldn't be more excited in the way that we're going about this in terms of keeping it in the hands of leaders in education, partnering with our local school districts and other stakeholders. And fundamentally, this work is about providing support for teachers in classrooms to educate children. And so I'm just excited about where we're headed. I know that this is just the beginning. Thank you, President Crawford.
Thank you. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
You do take a risk, in opening the mic.
I know that.
Thank you very much for acknowledging that I have been Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder in this, and that is a long, old expression that other people might not know, but thank you for this. The research is clear. 35, 40 years ago, we started brain research that looked at what happens in the brain. That has evolved to neuroscience that is deep and wide and clear about what happens in the brain when we read. The left side of the brain used for speech and language development is adapted for reading. And when that side of the brain is not hardwired neurotypically, reading doesn't happen easily. So we have known this for 35 years. In the past 20 years, the fMRI studies in neuroscience have made it very clear. All one has to do is open up one journal article and you will be convinced. The reading wars are still happening, but the reading wars, I'm going to be very opinionated here, are unfounded. We know what the brain does when the brain reads, and we know what the brain doesn't do when the brain doesn't read. So we have neuroscience that explains what the brain does. We also have implementation science that tells what the brain will do when good instruction happens. And our good implementation science is getting better every day, and we've been looking at that for the past 10 years. So I do want to tell everybody that reading is a language activity, that it depends on how well teachers are trained, but there are support personnel in your schools who also help. As a speech language pathologist, I understand reading because of the oral language basis. So this resolution opens up collaboration with teachers, special ed teachers, speech language pathologists, psychologists, neuropsychologists for the betterment of children. It's time. I have been pretty anxious, and I'm not an anxious person, but pretty demanding, let's put it that way,
Demanding,
about this. And as a mother of someone who has mild dyslexia, and as an educator who has spent the past 35 years in the field of reading and dyslexia as a speech language pathologist, I am so thrilled to be a part of this resolution. I thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you, Dr. Michael. I thank you, Mr. Crawford, and the rest of the board. I am deliriously happy and excited about the long-ranging effects this resolution will have for all of our children in America and in Maryland. Thank goodness, hallelujah, and I am going to be quiet now. Not that I'm opinionated or anything.
No, not you, no. Dr. Wright?
I didn't know if you wanted to let the other board members.
No, I
go
want to
before
know.
me.
You go ahead and
Okay.
we'll go.
Well, I'm not going to be putting it quite as eloquently as my board member did, but this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. I have lived this work. I have done this work. I have done this work in very difficult circumstances with an entire state that had very low expectations for children, and this is not one of them. Maryland, I think, has very high expectations for its children. But having seen the difference that it can make in the lives of children, particularly those children that are in poverty, that to me was one of the greatest moments when the NAEP results came out and Mississippi's fourth graders had scored first in the nation, and our children in poverty outperformed their peers nationally. That was huge. That was a moment that I think it was a wake-up call for everybody that no, actually children can learn and do if you are giving them the proper instruction. And I think building teacher and leader capacity, Dr. Michael said it beautifully, that's the aim of this, is to make sure that teachers and leaders have the skills that they need in order to teach children to read. And it's a very explicit way of teaching, but I had somebody say to me, I was reading an article, a balanced literacy person that said, but we want our children to love to read. And I could not agree more. But we need children to learn to read before they can love to read. And I think that, to me, says a lot. I'll tell you a little anecdote. I served on the National Assessment Governing Board, and we have a teacher that's a representative, fourth grade teacher. And I got to know her very well. She's from North Carolina. She was Teacher of the Year there. And she said, you know, Dr. Wright, I've listened to so much about what you had to say about the science of reading, and I followed the work. She said, I went to the training on my own. She goes, I just decided, no, I want to know what this is all about, because they were giving her the lowest children in the fourth grade to teach. She said, I went through the training and I came back, and she said, I could not wait for the next NAGB meeting to let you know what a difference I'm seeing in my children. She said, I'm not seeing them cry. I'm seeing them excited. I'm seeing them learning to read. And she said, I cannot thank you enough for your advocacy where this is concerned. And I said, yeah, but you're the one that did it. I mean, she did this on her own. And I think that's what Josh is right. When you know better, you do better. And so this isn't a finger-pointing exercise. It's a time for us to lean in on what the science is saying, what the literature is saying, what the research is saying. That's the way we need to teach children how to read. And so I could not be more excited about that. And in my update, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what that's going to look like moving forward.
Okay, great. Dr. Johnson?
So I just want to add the importance of adding the speech and language pathologist in this development in the science of reading. I can also, Dr. Melly McCarthy, attest to when my students were having difficulty and the teachers did not know what to do, I told them to go and talk with the speech and language pathologist, because language is the development of reading. So it is really important that we make a special effort that we include those speech and language pathologists in the mix, so that we can get the outcomes that we want.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. McCusker?
Thank you. Dr. Wright, I would love if you would talk a little bit about how MSDE is going to support this. I'm always with an eye to implementation, because every time this board does something like this, it makes its way to classrooms and to teachers, and they are always the ones who are doing the work. And science of reading is no different. And we started this work with Maryland Leads, but we also know that funding is coming to an end. So how do we continue this work? What supports are we going to put in place? What are we going to do to make sure that schools aren't going, oh goodness, now we have to get to top 10 on NAEP. Let's teach kids how to take NAEP. Rather than, how do we make sure that we do this right? And what is MSDE going to do to support locals? Because they need curricular materials, teachers need training. And we're starting this, we're saying next year. So can you give me a lift on how we're going to do this and do it well?
Do you want me to do my presentation now that I was going to do during my update?
Ms. McCusker, could she come back to that after?
Sure. This is exactly what I was going to do during my update.
This is your, okay, great.
Yeah.
Good. Well,
Okay, we'll do that.
awesome, thank you.
If it's part of the presentation, then great. I was just going to tack on same question, except for parents and caregivers, right? So how do we support them to understand what this now means for them at home, and how do we use some of those test results more effectively? This will be a steady drumbeat you all are going to hear from me for a really long time, right? How do we get the right resources and the right support into the homes so that parents, caregivers can support their young people outside of school in the specific places where they need it?
Also in those early learning centers, that's extremely important that it also filters down to the early learning centers.
Again, we are extraordinarily flexible and can adjust to anything. I'm going to reverse myself and ask Dr. Wright to share the report now, and then we'll still have time for board members to comment, and then we will then take action on the resolution. And after Dr. Wright's presentation, we'll then go to Dr. Wilcox and open it up to other board members who may wish to comment.
Okay, so one of the things that obviously I've been charged with is building a framework around a comprehensive state literacy plan, and what does that look like. So in this presentation, we're going to talk about what it means to design a plan for continuous improvement. What does a framework for literacy improvement even look like? What are our current initiatives, and what's a timeline by which we're going to get things accomplished? So first, let's talk about designing a plan for continuous literacy improvement. So one of the things that we talk about is standards-aligned instruction. And one of the things that we have been digging into under Dr. Collins' leadership in teaching and learning is how long has it been since we've even updated our ELA standards? And come to find out, our ELA standards have not been updated since somewhere between 2008 and 2009. So it's long overdue to have our ELA standards updated. The other thing that we talk about is intervention and assessments, and we want to make sure that we are producing lists for our districts of what are research-based interventions that they could be using in their classrooms and in their schools. One thing that we now have, we have ELA-based assessments, but right now we do not have a common assessment. I would like us to see about what it would take for us to move to some way to commonly look across the state. Typically, it's at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year, but to be able to track progress across the state to see if we are approaching those goals. So we definitely need a common monitoring tool. Data collection and monitoring are critical, but data transparency is also critical. I want us to make sure that we are not masking the results for children. I want to make sure that we are producing our results by subgroup so that everybody is very clear about which subgroups may need more intervention than others, and schools are very clear about that as well. Professional learning and practice, this has to be for both teachers and leaders. Having been a former principal, I can't imagine walking into a classroom and not having any clue about what I'm supposed to be looking for. And so our leaders need to know, what does the science of reading look like? And I could not agree more with our board person who said, let's talk about pre-K. This has to start as early as we possibly can. Developmentally appropriate, let me be very clear about that, developmentally appropriate in our pre-K classes, but if we're looking at early learning through grade 3. Principals need to know, and we can develop these kinds of look-for documents for them. So sometimes principals have come from a secondary background, and all of a sudden they're landing as an elementary principal. And you can imagine walking in and not knowing, well, what should teachers be doing? What should students be doing? What should I see in the classroom? I was observing a pre-K teacher once, and she said, I'm so glad I have somebody in my room that understands early childhood. And I said, why? And she said, well, the last person that came in, the feedback they gave me on pre-K was, why are they wiggling so much? And I thought, well, yeah, they do wiggle a lot when they're little, and that's okay. And she says, it's just so nice to not have somebody like make a note on that on my observation. Leadership matters. I think we need to make sure that we're providing professional development not only to our teachers and our leaders, but our coaches. The one thing we've just done, we sent a survey out to the districts to say, how many of you have coaches and in what areas? Because in Mississippi, we had hired the coaches ourselves so we could control for quality. Here in Maryland, we've let the districts hire the coaches. So what we're going to do is bring the coaches in and train the coaches on the science of reading. So as they are out working side by side with their teachers, they're going to know what the science of reading looks like in a classroom, how to help teachers that may need that help, how to provide appropriate feedback, how to conduct professional development inside their schools as well. And not all the schools are calling them coaches. They have different titles, but those are going to be the people we're going to invite in regionally to provide that kind of training for them. We are going to need to partner and in collaboration, as Dr. Michael said, with our educator prep programs. I have already met with Dr. Perman, who's the Chancellor of USM, and Dr. Rye, who's the Acting Secretary of MHEC. Both have said, please count us in as partners. We want to make sure that what we're doing in higher ed is aligned to what you're expecting teachers to do when they arrive day one. And last but certainly not least, we talk about family and community engagement. This is critical to involve our families. So, Mr. Greer, I'm glad you brought that up. Families have got to know at all times how their children are doing. How do we make sure that on a quarterly basis, parents of children who have children who are struggling know that? How do we make sure that parents know what the strategies are that the schools are using to help their children in school so that they too could help their children at home? We're also talking about instituting some things we're talking about in a minute, or like instituting parent nights around the state so that we can invite parents in to inform them about what they can expect moving forward. We kind of put this in a visual, if you think about our students in the center and making sure that all students are proficient by the end of third grade. That's our goal. And so we've got to start as young as we possibly can. And each of these components are absolutely critical to making sure that they are they're successful. So I want to talk a little bit about these kinds of things as we move forward about what we're doing currently. Right now, we have professional literacy learning labs that are taking place. We held those in spring of last year. Our second round is coming up. These are 2-day in-person professional learning experiences for district literacy teams that come and learn from each other, share best practices, figure out what, if somebody is doing something that's highly successful, then share that with somebody that may not be. They provide educators with opportunities to learn from subject matter experts. So not everybody has been trained in the science of reading, so we're going to assume that, we're going to make that assumption, and so then make sure that everybody gets the same kind of training from us that is possible. We are in the process of planning for this spring's labs. Last year we held 3 in Wacomico, Calvert, and Baltimore City, and so we're hoping to do the same thing again in spring. It was mentioned earlier that Maryland leads the grant initiative with the science of reading was a high leverage strategy. 23 of our 24 districts chose that strategy as one that they wanted to use to ensure that they were teaching their children appropriately. This involves making sure that all teachers are trained K through 3. This includes special ed teachers. This also has to include speech language pathologists. This has to include anybody that touches children, instructional assistants, so that they too can know exactly what's going on. Because sometimes when the teacher is providing instruction, the instructional assistant is working with other children. So those people need to have the same skill sets as our teachers do. We've been doing some work with the Council of Chief State School Officers with high-quality instructional materials. We are one of a handful of states that has been doing, it's called the IMPD Network, and that has been an opportunity for us as a state to meet with other states that are also implementing high-quality instructional materials along with high-quality professional development, learn from each other. That work is ongoing. We've talked about progress monitoring. That is something that we're really going to have to nail down because it's going to be difficult for us to get a common understanding when each LEA is using a different monitoring tool, but we want to make sure that we are making sure that they're monitoring that on a regular basis. What does that look like? And I think that's going to be something that we have to prepare for them as well. The science of reading communities of practice, those have been ongoing as well. Those communities are coming together. LEAs are supporting one another, obviously, in developing a professional learning and staffing plan that enables teachers then to lean in around the science of reading. The literacy expert instructional support teams, this is a partnership that we formed with AIB, and we've kind of redirected our expert review teams a little bit to develop these literacy instructional support teams because they are going to be going out, observing across the state in all 24 LEAs, giving feedback as they see it, right at the moment, and also feeding us information back about what is it that we need to be doing based on what they're seeing. What do the districts still need? Is it additional professional development? Are there additional resources that we need to be developing? How can we expand that community of practice if we're looking across 24 LEAs to partner with LEAs. This builds on the Ready to Read Act and the Maryland Leads, which I think is really important, that people are seeing the connection. It is not an add-on. It is part of what we're already doing. We're just ensuring that the science of reading is something that is center. We just received the comprehensive literacy plans. Those are coming in. We will be reviewing those. The literacy teams will also be reviewing those. And also Dr. Jeanette Smith starts next week, who's leading this work. So once those plans come in, we're going to have groups of people that are providing feedback on those plans to the LEAs and offering suggestions where that is concerned. The other thing that we're doing is looking at parent engagement nights, and that's something that I think is going to be really important. I think that parents need to know at all times how their children are doing, and I think we can develop a module or we can develop a model for other principals to use. We did this in Mississippi, which was a module, kind of like a lesson plan, if you will, in its own plan, and we distributed it across all principals so that principals at their schools could conduct a parent night focused on the science of reading, and it kind of kept the language the same, and it kept everything that was really important that parents needed to know, teachers needed to know, but it was a great community engagement activity. We are also, as a department, just so you know, conducting office hours with our LEAs and those people that lead this work. So they're open to anytime that they want to have a question or call. I know Dr. Collins leads groups of people as she goes out and meets with the CAOs across the state and making sure that our district curriculum people are up and running where this is concerned. We're also partnering with Maryland's chapter of the Reading League. We are co-sponsoring a virtual event for families. And that will then be a way for us to get the message out even further to our families about what they can be doing at home. Our timeline looks, if you want to start, it starts at the bottom and works its way up. So this past fall, we had released the initiative around the literacy expert instructional support teams. The resolution, obviously, you are looking at today. This winter, we're looking at the draft comprehensive literacy plans. We are also then launching our site visits to give feedback to our coaches and also monthly professional development to all the coaches across the state. Our learning labs are being planned in spring of '24. The statewide literacy draft will come back to you in late spring of '24. We will be convening stakeholders for input on that literacy plan and a revision of our literacy standards. That's going to be a big lift, but it's a very important lift. Our ELA standards are 15 years old, and so we need to make sure that our standards are aligned also to the science of reading. And the other thing that we're going to have to make sure of is our assessment also aligned then to those new standards. That's going to be a brand new look. And I'm going to be assembling a task force to look at just that, to look at our assessment system, to look at our standards, and to make sure that there is alignment. I want to be able to have every teacher have confidence that when you give the assessment at the end of the year, if you have taught the standards all year long, then you can be assured that that assessment is going to measure what you have been teaching. In the summer, we are going to release the updated statewide literacy plan. The expert teams were going to be finishing their reports, and the LEAs are going to be submitting their final literacy plans late summer. And then in fall, we're going to release support documents for all of the LEAs. We're hoping to get that done late summer so that that could be ready for the fall of the year, to be honest, and then to continue to provide professional development for all of our districts and all of our teachers around the science of reading. So it is ambitious, it is robust, but it is doable. And the goal is to make sure that we are building the capacity of our teachers and our leaders and our families in this work as we go along. And I'll pause there.
Very good, very good. Okay, well, I'll go to Dr. Wilcox first, and then we'll come back here. Dr. Wilcox?
Thank you, President Crawford, and thank you, Dr. Wright. I just have a quick question for you regarding the coaches, because I find that part of it kind of exciting. I was wondering if the coaches, as part of their role, could do anything with progress monitoring. And that could be just built into their job. And I also, my second question is that about whether the coaches will interface with parents and families at all.
I don't have the answer to the second question yet. I think the first question would really be dependent on how confident the districts are that their coaches could be involved in the monitoring aspect, because the job of the coach is really to be working with teachers. And so if you've got a school, let's say, that's further down the road where the science of reading is concerned, and the principal has more confidence that the teachers are able to do that, that might be one thing that a coach could help to do. But if you're a beginning school with the science of reading, I'm not sure that the coach is going to have the time to get involved with the monitoring as much as it is with individual teacher and individual teacher feedback, and quite honestly, individual teacher data. Now that I could see, like in an individual classroom, if I'm working with Dr. Collins, let's say, and I'm the coach and she's the teacher, we obviously are going to be looking at her data on a regular basis to see, okay, this child's getting it, this child isn't, but not a school-wide model. I think it would have to be more a teacher-by-teacher model, because that's really where the coaches are focusing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Into the room, Mr. Paul, and then Ms. McCusker.
Go for that one. Thank you very much. First of all, so excited for the throwing our cap over the wall moment that this resolution is, and thank you for charting out a plan to get us to this big goal, ambitious goal. Very exciting. I know that running in parallel to this with the blueprint is a new focus on national board certification, and I know I share, and other members of the board share, concerns with the national board certification's sort of take on reading instruction. And so one thing I wanted to ask you was how you see any conflict between our plan, the plan you've charted out, and the sort of potentially bad influences that some of our educators will be exposed to, subjected to, and maybe made to pay a little heed to during their board certification process. How are we going to navigate that? What do you see ahead in that regard?
Well, we've taken the first step. Dr. Michael and I met with the National Board to express our concerns about the queuing aspect of it. And we were very clear about our expectations around queuing. And they listened and provided feedback and said they were going to be getting back to us with what their suggestions were going to be. We are now, somebody asked me the other day, I think it was you, Mr. Greer, about the number of states that have been involved in this, and I did check on that. Right now, there are 39 states that have passed legislation around the science of reading. 22 of those have almost all of the fundamental principles where this is concerned. And there are several states that have been noted that have actually stepped forward and banned the teaching of queuing in their states. So I think you're seeing the nation start picking up on this. And like I said, I think Dr. Michael did a really good job of explaining our position where this was concerned. So that is still an ongoing conversation, but we feel very strongly that queuing really has no place in our schools. And I was very honest with the superintendents about that when I met with them on Friday as well.
I'd ask Dr. Wright and Dr. Michael to, in their conversations with the National Board people, to let them know that in Maryland we have a highly unstable person as the president of the state board, and that we are prepared to try to organize the states that are moving in this direction to bring additional pressure, but we're just not going to let this stand. We're just not going to let this stand. And so we've been very clear about that. We're trying to do it first in a collaborative, caring, compassionate fashion. If that fails, then we have a plan B, and we'll be a little bit more direct. But yes, absolutely. I was going to, Ms. McCuskey, and then we come to Dr. Johnson.
Thank you for such a thorough answer to my question.
You're welcome.
I do, though, want us to say out loud that this goal doesn't mean that we want people to teach children how to take NAEP.
That's correct.
That this goal means that if we are doing proper scientific-based instruction in reading, that these goals in testing will follow. It doesn't mean that we are going to focus on how to take a test. That is not what we're saying. We're saying we're going to focus on how to properly teach instruction. We're going to equip teachers, school leaders, school support personnel, families on how to teach children how to read properly. And then that will lead to the changes in the data. So please make sure that you are giving the message that this is not a testing initiative, it is a reading instruction initiative.
That's exact. I couldn't have said it better. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson?
Dr. White, I have two questions. My first question goes along with Mr. Greer's talked about in terms of parents being advocates, but also we have other external partners like teacher unions, educational leaders in the community. How are we reaching out to those individuals to make sure that they are also aware of the efforts of the state? That's my first question. And I'll do the second question and then you can answer. My second question is, you talked about the alignment between assessment and the standards. You know that teachers also have to use instructional materials. How are we making sure that our districts are engaging with research-based instructional materials and that those instructional materials are also aligned to the assessment and the standard and the curriculum?
Good questions. So let me take the last one first, because that's something that I discussed with the superintendents on Friday. You know, I said each year, you know, your new monies come in, whether it's from the state or from the feds. You know, I said, and you're having to make a decision about the curriculum materials that you buy. There is an outstanding resource for everybody in the nation to use, and it's called Ed Reports. And Ed Reports is a national organization that their sole purpose, they're funded with philanthropy, and they also, I think they have some for-profit sides of it. But what the whole idea is that anybody that sells curriculum in the nation sends their curriculum to Ed Reports. Ed Reports hires experts in every subject area to review the curriculum, and then based on the several criteria that they look at, alignment to standards is one, quality of materials is another, ease of teacher use is another, they will either red, green, or yellow the curriculum. And so I said to the superintendents, when you're getting ready to spend money, take the time to go to Ed Reports, whatever the curriculum is you're buying. I said, I'm curriculum agnostic. I don't care what curriculum, however, it's got to be aligned to our standards and it's got to be of high quality. And that's the purpose of Ed Reports. So if you're going onto Ed Reports website and it's rated green, you can take that to the bank, that is a high quality piece of instructional material. And this is a conversation I just had with them on Friday. So part of what I see our job doing is also making sure that we are providing lists of high quality instructional materials to our schools and our districts, and I think that is our role. We can't make them buy whatever it is that's on that list, but one thing that I'll say to them is go there first to take a look at what's on the list, because that I can guarantee you will align to our standards and will align to our assessment. And that's the reason for that task force, because if which we are getting ready to redo our standards, we really have to make sure our assessment is aligned to that. In fact, in my prior life, I said to teachers, I don't want you worrying about the assessment. To your point, Ms. McCaskill, don't even worry about the assessment. If you teach the standards each and every day, that assessment will take care of itself. And lo and behold, it did. Not only our statewide assessment, but the NAEP assessment took care of itself. So I think that's a part of what we've got to do, ensuring that we're drawing their eyes to the kinds of materials that we need them to buy, as well as showing them during our professional development the kinds of materials that are out there. I meet monthly with the teachers union, and so that's an ongoing relationship that we have with that. I do think that we are going to, and Mr. Greer brought up the importance of parents. Absolutely, that's built into our system. And I think as I'm meeting around with community leaders or with legislators or whoever it is that I happen to be meeting with, I think once this resolution is passed, that's a clear signal, almost like an introductory kind of thing here. Let me talk to you about our science of reading, and let me talk to you about how you can be in partnership. We're already reaching out with the Reading League to schedule something as well for parents. So there are partners out there that are willing to work with us, and now we have a genuine focus, and it fits right in with what we're doing with the blueprint. So it's not in addition to the blueprint, it's a strategy to improve student outcomes that aligns with the blueprint. And I can tell you that we've had this conversation with AIB along with senior leadership, and they are right on board. They are excited about this. I think that everybody is looking. You hear President Crawford always talk about the North Star. Well, to me, the North Star is that continued student achievement improvement that we need to see in our state, and that to me is what I think this really focuses everybody around.
You can't demand of the districts what to buy, but you can track it. Like, you can track it.
Yes.
So that if individual districts aren't doing well,
yes,
you can also say, these are the reasons why you're not.
Yes, we could do that as well.
Okay, all righty. Dr. Getty?
Along that same line about different curriculums all across the state is my concern about the history of curriculum in the pre-K arena. When I taught pre-K for about a 20-year period of time, we had the Maryland State Voluntary Curriculum, and it was outstanding. It was simply outstanding for two reasons. I think it was on the pathway for kindergarten readiness and measured well in that regard, and I think we laid the foundation for reading success. And so somewhere along the line, I'm not clear when, we got rid of that curriculum, and in individual LEAs as well as child care, then there became a choice of curriculum. And so in light of the poor kindergarten readiness outcomes as measured by KRA and our switch and demand for science of reading, how do those curriculums measure up in the two regards in terms of readiness for kindergarten and science of reading? So when we look at KRA, I think adding a question of where did that child spend the 1 year before kindergarten? Was it a child care center or public pre-K? We need to be measuring the effectiveness of the curriculum and how it does in those two regards.
Interesting that you bring that up. In Mississippi, that is one thing that I did change. I changed the kindergarten enrollment form to add that very question, so that when we had the KRA data, I could disaggregate it, and you had to say, were they kept at home? Were they in private pre-K, public pre-K, Head Start, whatever it was that we had as the drop-down. And it was very revealing then, but it also gave us a chance with we had coaches in our early childhood team, and so we used the data for those programs that weren't being successful to deploy our coaches there first, because those programs that were successful didn't really need that much coach support, but those programs that were not successful did. And so I think that's where it comes to monitoring the data. And I think more than the curriculum, I want to make sure that we've got alignment of standards. Like, what do our standards for 3s and 4s look like in the state? Align to K through 12, so that if you're starting in public as 3s or 4s, you are learning the same kinds of things that you are then building upon, so that you're not having those bad results coming in kindergarten. Additionally, We also in Mississippi created birth to 3 standards. We pulled in developmentally appropriate people that dealt with those children. So then we were able to have birth through grade 12 aligned standards so that people could start getting involved in that, even families that wanted to pull the standards down from the website and had little ones at home, they could then start getting engaged. And I think we need to work on our website too. I think we need to have a robust part of our website that's strictly for family engagement. How can families become involved? What do we have on the website that really helps them stay, whether it's literacy we're talking about or whether it's math we're talking, whatever it is, that we've got our families' eyes drawn to where we know there's high quality kinds of programs that they can become involved in.
Dr. Golson?
Sorry, I know you wanted to move on.
No, please.
Really quick, I just wanted to add, I appreciate the comprehensive next step plan for the support for the resolution. And want to also thank you for going to the superintendents beforehand to make sure that they heard about it before reading about it when it was posted on board docs. So thank you. But just also want to reiterate the support for continued conversation with our superintendents and to make sure, even though I know Mabe's here, to make sure that they're also part of the conversation so that this does not look like it's a state directive. Local boards of education should also understand the value of the science of reading, and that is closer to the work and then can monitor the implementation and the purchase of those resources. So I don't want us to look like Big Brother. We need our local education agency boards to help.
Thank you for that. I'm going to be attending their monthly meetings. They've extended the invitation for me to have at least 2 hours of their time. And I can tell you that it was very well received on Friday. People were saying, we're on board. This is great. Just tell us what it is that we need to do. But I do think the local boards are an important part to involve in that. And maybe if they're having a conference that's coming up, you know, of something of that nature, we could be there to do some kind of presentation so that the local boards would know exactly what we're doing and how they can help. That's a really good suggestion.
Perhaps, we could perhaps suggest that the MABE does a number of wonderful training and professional development opportunities. Maybe they could craft something around what a board needs to know about science of reading. I'm just sort of throw that out into the atmosphere for.
That's a great idea.
Who knows what will happen, Little birdie or something, Okay. If there are no other discussions, I'm sorry, Ms. Chang, please.
Thank you so much, President Crawford. And thank you so much for Dr. Wright and board members throw out many questions and good answers. And we're definitely looking forward to the implementation of this science of reading. But one thing that I have one comment say, every local agency is doing things differently. And I know engaged family, the community is a big, to factor to the success of this resolution. And I was just wondering, during the meeting, would they be kind of learning from each other, say, okay, you guys are doing something good in terms of family engagement, in the particular counties? Can they kind of exchange things? I know since I live in Howard County, we have a lot of venues, like partner up with the libraries, partner up with community-based schools, things like that, to make that initiative even well-known to the families that who is not in the kind of the no channel. So there are so many social media things that also can be employed too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Great discussion. The floor is now open for a motion to adopt Resolution 2401, statewide adoption and implementation of the science of reading. That's Dr. Millie McCarthy and seconded by Dr. Johnson. The floor is now open for any further discussion around the action, the motion. Seeing no further discussion of that, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Looks like we're unanimous. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. This is a very, very, very important time for our children. I'm going to ask our guest from MABE if you would indulge us for about 5 minute break, and then we'll have you come up. And again, thank you so much. Okay, we'll take a 5 minute break. We'll be back at 10:35. invite, get this thing back up. Introduce the other May board members. Please feel free to do so. Happy to have you come. And always welcome your input. Really appreciate the close collaboration. We've worked together most recently, I guess, on just talking through legislative priorities and trying to see if we can find common ground on those matters. I really enjoy working with MABE. MABE has like our board, has a very simple goal. How do we do a better job of educating and preparing our students for life? So again, we want to just thank you very much for coming and sharing with us. Turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Crawford and members of the board. I am Michelle Corcadell, MABE President and member of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Joining me this morning is our Executive Director, Milton Nagel, and we have our Legislative Director, John Woolhams, in staff, and then we have also the pleasure of having several of our board of directors joining us, and maybe you guys could just do a little holler out of your names appropriately and county. I've got a long list here, so.
Judy McIntyre, Prince George's County.
Marcia Herbert, Carroll County. Karen Bailey, St. Mary's County. Diana Hawley, Cecil County. Carol Mueller, Hereford County.
Welcome, welcome.
Okay. So I'm sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay. Thank you very much.
And I'm Jennifer Swickard Mallow. I am chair of the Legislative Committee for MABE and also chair of the Howard County Board of Education.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you. MABE is delighted to have this opportunity to present on the association's programs and services and our legislative priorities in the 2024 session. I look forward to questions and dialogue following our presentation. As you can see, MABE provides is a comprehensive association and insurance services to all of our 24 of Maryland's local boards. They include professional development, advocacy, legal and policy services, and insurance programs as such. MABE has very recently launched innovative programs to improve access to affordable health care and paid leave benefits for our teachers and other employees in the system, including highlighted before you is the MABE Mako Time to Care Act Collaborative and the MABE Health Center programs. MABE's advocacy services cover the three major arenas of public policy making: the the state legislature, the State Board of Education, and Congress. MABE places a high priority on maintaining a positive and productive relationship with the Maryland State Board of Education, recognizing that you have a major role in developing the state's educational policies, adopting state regulations, and issuing legal opinions.
Each year, MABE updates our continuing resolutions and our legislative priorities or positions and priorities, providing the foundation of our advocacy efforts in Annapolis. You should have received this document of our legislative priorities. It's quite comprehensive. MABE's top legislative priorities focus on preserving local boards of education's governance authority, securing sufficient operating and capital funds, and emphasizing the critical role of sufficient local funding. Each of these priorities, local governance, blueprint funding, school construction funding, and local funding, are imperative to the success of Blueprint. We cannot do it without these. To help ensure the success of Blueprint, MABE conducted a statewide survey of local board members, superintendents, Blueprint coordinators, and chief financial officers. We asked for constructive solutions towards the success of the Blueprint and developed 5 legislative proposals in response to the highest priority concerns we heard. The Blueprint cannot be implemented with fidelity without adequate combination of state and local funding. These proposals, if enacted, would require local governments to provide more than the minimum amount of local funding. While many local governments are funding above maintenance of effort, others are not, and the statewide success of the Blueprint depends on increased local funding. This slide points to, previous slide, the restoration of the previously successful escalator, as well as an inflation adjuster. As we saw last year, inflation was quite high and is coming down now, but that definitely affects our budgets. And these, if implemented, would aid in addressing these gaps. So MABE supports the money follows the child approach to the Blueprint that ensures that targeted funding is invested in the teaching and learning of our highest needs students. However, the foundation program is the base amount per pupil funding for all students, and school systems would benefit from being able to budget these items to meet system-wide needs. MABE supports adding an adjustment to the state funding for Blueprint implementation in Maryland's most rural counties. MABE is seeking state and local government funding for the salaries, benefits, and support of the 24 local Blueprint implementation coordinators. MABE anticipates that the General Assembly will consider these and many other education-related funding and policy issues. MABE will review all bills and funding proposals in accordance with our adopted legislative positions and the deliberations of our legislative committee. These are just some of the things that we expect to be addressing in '24. Additionally, MABE anticipates legislation governing the role of artificial intelligence to address concerns about its use in educational settings, particularly relating to student data privacy, transparency, academic integrity, equity, bias, and ethical use. We look forward to working with MSDE and the State Board as we consider this legislation, this new legislation on AI.
MABE is delighted that earlier this year, Governor Wes Moore released a proclamation naming January 2024 Maryland School Board Recognition Month. MABE also thanks you, President Crawford, for sharing with each of the Maryland's 24 local school boards a certificate of appreciation for the board's dedicated leadership of their local systems, schools, and students. And I will just say, as a recipient of that, my superintendent also took that as an opportunity to recognize us as well alongside the community, and they actually had fractured on a metal picture frame from each one of our represented districts a image of student artwork.
Excellent.
With a
Excellent.
little emblem on there. Unfortunately, they don't photograph real well as metal, but I will definitely ask to send to share because I think gratitude with attitude is awesome, and so we are here for our students and greatly appreciate it.
Excellent. Excellent.
Just wanted to take that moment
Thank
of
you.
personal privilege. Thank you once again, President Cofford and members of the board, and welcome to our new State Superintendent, Dr. Wright. Appreciate it. I look forward to working with all of you, and we are available to answer questions or get additional information as needed for your purposes.
This time, we'd like to open the floor up to the board members for questions or comments. Dr. Wilcox, if you have questions or comments, you can just ping me, and then I'll come to you. So we'll start here in the boardroom. Questions, comments. I would like. I had a conversation with President Carcadale about. She was sharing some of what Anne Arundel County had done in terms of rethinking and preparing itself for the blueprint funding, blueprint requirements, and I thought it was a very interesting conversation because I think a lot of what Anne Arundel County experience is probably what we're probably going to have to do more broadly across the state. So if you could just share, you said that you did this just ahead of the COVID, and just talk a little bit about the process and how that has helped position your LEA for the blueprint.
So we were referencing how do we well prepare our organizations to meet the challenges, to make sure that we adhere to the new accountability standards, and to better meet the needs of an ever-changing education industry. And so right before COVID, our school district wanted to reassess our performance of our organization. How are we operating? How can we operate better, more efficiently, and better meet the needs of our students? And so this actually occurred right before, probably several months before COVID. We actually wrapped it up during the first couple months of COVID. And outside of our board governance and making improvements in that regard and some other tweaks, we unfortunately, due to COVID, had to table some of this. Coming in with a new opportunity, with new leadership in in Dr. Bedell, we saw that we reread it, and in the reread found that it would well meet our needs moving forward for successful implementation of the blueprint. And we have been systematically continuing to make improvements to the part where we are now operating in its environment, and budget permitting, will continue to be able to build into that. And I think it's important and noteworthy because as an organization, it's not just about responding to the blueprint and how we adapt to it, but actually build an infrastructure that is well prepared to meet its needs and ensure its success, ensure the integrity, the transparency, that everything is built in. We have a long way to go in Anne Arundel, but I do know that I feel more confident that we are better prepared to pivot, to be agile, to create, and I think very importantly, an environment of innovation. And that actually starts at core with organizational charts, with a reassessment. I think now that we are, at the it's in our rearview mirror now, some of our crises that we've had to face in these last 5 years, but we can take those lessons learned and build better. And so that is what we continue to do. And I think it is also a very healthy exercise because it allows you to, I think, rethink how we view education and how we deliver the opportunities of success for our students. And it is a transition of change that does not come easy. It does have to have some courage. It is a little bit of a risk. People are taken outside of their comfort zone. Ultimately, the success that we have seen and measured in our preliminary findings have been an excellent foundation to build upon, and our successes are starting to now be indicated in the outcomes of our students, and we continue to look for that partnership, of course, with the state to monitor that and adapt, but building a foundation that allows you to be agile, to make those adaptations, and to embrace some of our new curriculum outcomes, just as the one that you have adopted. We have gone through that exercise as a board in full support of the science of reading and funding recommendations as well. And I hope that answered your question, sir.
Dr. Golson?
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I just wanted to thank you for the slide 15 around artificial intelligence in education and the understanding that there probably needs to be some guidance to our local education agencies around it. I remain hopeful because of the third bullet where it says MAPE supports equitable access and high standards. And so that already sends the language to our communities that you're not looking at banning AI. And so I appreciate the forward thinking around it and making sure that our students have access. It's so extremely important. What we do know is that I believe we have a large number of very strong educators who understand their students' voice. And so they can tell their students' voice from the AI voice. And so I just ask that while you're creating those policies that you just include some teachers in that arena to help craft that as well. Thank you.
Can I respond to that? I would love
Absolutely,
to.
absolutely.
So it is critical that we recognize that AI is here to stay. And it has both huge benefits as well as detractors. One of the earliest ways that we've used AI in Howard County is on implementing MAP testing. So measures of academic progress testing is an AI-based test that you take, you answer a question at math level 1. If you answer it correctly, you move on. So the computer is learning from you what you are capable of doing. If you do not answer a question correctly, it then reverts to, okay, let's ask it a different way, or let's ask another example of that same kind of methodology. And so we know that AI is here. And in fact, I actually used AI, ChatGPT, to craft a graduation speech last year for kind of the comedic value to show our students, look, we know you're using it. And so I had it craft my graduation speech from the voice of George Washington, William Shakespeare. Shakespeare was rather dry as a graduation speech, but the kids did really appreciate when it became the voice of, I'm trying to think of the artist's name, Lizzo. So, and then I actually asked it to craft my voice, and it was scary accurate of what I tend to say because we are out there in the public domain. But we also know that we need to work with our legislature and work with this board and MSD to put guide rails on it, but also to make sure that our students with the most needs still have access to the same technology and toolkits that are available to our students in our wealthiest schools. And I kind of bring it back to how did Howard County prepare for the blueprint? Part of it was through the direction of this board and the state, MSD, in crafting that initial equity policy. That initial equity policy really laid the groundwork for us to be able to evaluate our strategic reading plan through that lens. And so this continued partnership of what is important to move our students forward is so critical, not just around AI, but on all forms of technology and what are we bringing and putting in our classrooms and in the hands of our students.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, as you have a number of very, very effective professional development options. But just think about and I know you've been doing things around Blueprint, but as we roll out initiatives like Science of Reading, next year we'll probably deal with numeracy. It may be worthwhile just to consider whether there's any value to having a professional development for board members. So if we're rolling out Science of Reading, then what should a board member know about it? What should a board member be asking about it and being able to support the local superintendent? The other area that I would just suggest is looking at relationships. When money gets tight, puts a lot of stress on relationships and relationships between the local board and the local county commissioners or county council. And again, the one thing, looking it's almost a module around something like political savvy, but how do we, with all of the issues, dollars will be tight, performance will be out there. How do we move forward in a way, in a cooperative, trusting way, in terms of being able to work with the local county council commissioners as we work through? So we're going to have some tough conversations over the next few years over funding, outcomes, and a whole host of things, and just understanding how to manage those relationships in a positive way that allows us to have the tough conversations. But even with the tough conversations, at the end of the day, we can still agree, and we can agree to disagree, but we do it in a way that continues to advance where we're all trying to go. I think is talking to the MACO and representatives there, they are also very interested and a high priority of taking advantage of this opportunity to better educate our children. I just think we have to think through, this is a people process. How do we work more effectively in the people process to do what is right for our children? If you read that 1916 Flexner report and you sort of step back from it, and basically what they said was, Maryland, this is 1916, we have the right system, we got the right ideas, we got all this stuff going well, but our biggest challenge to achieving the educational outcomes everybody wants is getting the adults to act right. I mean, that's, if you read that report, that's what it says. At the end of the day, we have everything in place to be successful, and our biggest challenge then is how do we find a way to, we as adults, to be able to work together in a constructive fashion for the betterment of our children. So I think that's something to just think about as you're looking at additional service offerings. I think that's going to be an issue we're going to have to deal with over the next 2 or 3 years, is how do we have the frank conversations and do it in a way that still allows us to be able to work effectively, that we trust each other, that we're able to work effectively towards a goal of better educating our children. Great.
Thank you.
Any additional comments or anything? Again, really appreciate you coming in, and we really appreciate the partnership. We want to do a photo opportunity if we can.
Sure.
And with your board or anybody that you want.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say thank you very much. And actually, great leaders convene very quickly as a postscript to the Science of Reading testimony and suggestions. I know that during that 5-minute break that our executive director was already in the corner with our state superintendent to help take that next step towards professional development. Excellent. And that also helps build relationships too. And so we continue to offer that. We also recognize the unique challenges that we have ahead of us. My vision for the association as the president was I called to be the ace in the hole for our students, to advocate with credibility and effectiveness. And the credibility and effectiveness comes as a result of professional development, of listening, learning, and continuing to want to keep the relationships despite any issue or any conversation. And so we're working really hard with that, and we appreciate your support of that too.
Absolutely.
And we are all ready, I think, to take a couple.
All right.
I actually did also want to add on that during that short break, one of our committee chairs for our fall conference was already like, yes, we would love to have a partnership on the science of reading for board members, because so many of us, we have worked with Decoding Dyslexia and other community members to really bring this to the forefront. But not all of our board members have time to read about phonological awareness and phonemes and blends and digraphs and how to pronounce that, let alone the podcasts of Soul to Story. Like, we try to share information, but it really goes to the heart of how do we implement it as board members, that I think is going to be critical, and it's such a different lens than what we've seen before. So many of us appreciate that suggestion of bringing it to our professional development. So I do want to thank you for elevating that.
Absolutely. So why don't you come up around here, and we'll use this as our backdrop.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Nice to see everybody. All right, so we're just going to try to rein it in as tight as possible.
Okay.
Executive President Crawford. Let's try to get all people in the back. Shorter people in the front.
I should go move down. How are you doing? Definitely short.
I know it's a little weird sometimes getting close.
People, I asked him.
Milton,
come on.
maybe someone else could take the picture for you, so you're included with us. Thank you.
I love that little law school. I don't know. I think you're that
That's his back. Purposely trying to hide. He's purposely trying to hide. Yes.
Big smiles. It's a bad photo, you can tell her to fire me.
Oh, God. Come on back. Come on back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was
Good to see you.
Seeing you as always. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Okay, at this time, we move to discussion of priorities. The topic is the college and career readiness.
Superintendent's update.
Oh, I'm so, oh, I did, okay, yes, please, yes, absolutely.
Be quick, because I did my
no.
major presentation
Yeah.
earlier, but I just, a
Yes,
couple of
please,
things.
absolutely.
So if you've been laboring in getting up on our elevator, that only one of which is working at any given point in time, I've got good news for you. Help is on the way, as they say. So the CIP has recently been approved, which includes the funds for the renovation of this building. The design work is going to start not anytime soon, but July 2025 with a 4-year completion, and construction will actually begin in 2027. So that's the good news, because we were kind of waiting to see whether we were going to get on the list of people that got approved for renovation, and we did. So that was the first thing. So the other thing that you're having in front of you, I've been restructuring a little bit, streamlining really the reporting structure. This is just a high-level overview because, and I'll take you from the top to the bottom. Obviously, the state board, and then reporting, I report to you. Then off to the right, you'll see the Office of Chief of Staff. That job is being advertised as we speak, and the offices then that will report to the Chief of Staff are then listed all the way to the far right. And then to the state board, obviously you have Zach as the executive director and Elliot as your legal counsel. Then there will be 3 direct reports in addition to the Chief of Staff to me. That will be the Office of Accountability, which right now Mary Gable has been gracious enough to be acting in that role, and that will be where Mr. Sanderson will start. Dr. Collins under the Office of Teaching and Learning, and then Krishna Tulur under running the Office of Finance and Operations. So those are the offices that report to them. Behind every box, there's another box, if you will, and I'll get that to you in good time. But I wanted you to have the high level of what the organization looked like, and we're putting this in place as we speak. So that will help you to kind of know who you need to contact and where you need to start. Feel free, if there's something that you need from staff, I would ask that you start with the deputy, because I would hate for you to make this phone call and then that phone call and then that phone call. So if you start with the deputy to say, here's what I need you to do, or here's a question that I have or information that I need, then they're fully prepared to give you whatever information it is, and then expedite that for you rather than you having to make a number of calls where that's concerned. But we are open to helping you whatever way we can.
I think that we have in our policy manual, I believe our default is that we go to Zach, and then Zach comes to you guys. Because again, just trying to manage this so that we don't overwhelm you. And then sometimes we also, with having a central point on our side, a question that one board member raised may be similar to something that we've already requested or whatever. So
happy to defer.
But we don't. That's sort of deferred. There are times when we will definitely do it directly, but as a general rule, trying to work it through Zach, I think is going pretty well.
Thank you for that.
So this will be on the website as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent, excellent. Yes, please, absolutely. Dr. Getty?
You have a new literacy person coming. Can you tell me what box they
That under teaching and learning. So if you think of Dr. Collins as being everything that's academic, anything that has to do with academics falls under her.
Okay.
That's kind of the way I've been teasing her, thinking about changing her title. She knows that I sometimes refer to her as the chief academic officer because that's really what she's everything academic. So that's one way to think about. And anything that's operational finance, that would be Mr. Tulor. And then anything that's student support, doors as well, assessment accountability, and educational licensure, that all falls under accountability. Got it. Okay.
Questions, comments on the structure? Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All righty. Okay, are we now ready to take a look at CCR? Is that, okay.
Having coming to the table, Dr. Collins, Matt Duque, who's our researcher, and Phil Lasser, who is everything Blueprint. So they'll take over from here.
Okay. So we're going to have, at the end of this, there's a call for a motion to adopt the college and career readiness standards as recommended by the state superintendent, interim state superintendent. So.
Still morning. Good morning,
Morning.
board members. Good to see you all again. Today, Mr. Lasser and Mr. Duque and myself are going to share with you and the community just an update on the work done thus far to revisit the CCR standard, just revisit some background information, then put forth a recommendation to the board. There are some clear next steps that need to happen, which we'll talk about in the end. So at this time, I'll turn it to Phil and Matt to give the bulk of the presentation, then we'll have a discussion.
Great, thank you. So yes, we wanted to come here today to discuss the college and career readiness standard, go through some of the background context and review the process of how we got where we are, as well as we have a recommendation for adoption of a revised CCR standard at the end as well. So again, to really base us in why we are doing this work, what the context is here. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future has as a fundamental goal to prepare students to be ready for whatever comes next after high school graduation, to be globally competitive and be successful after they leave our schools. And so the Blueprint defines that as really be able to meet the CCR standard, College and Career Readiness Standard, that allows graduates to be successful in a entry-level credit-bearing college course. And the goal is that students meet this standard by the end of their 10th grade year and definitely no later than graduation. So the Blueprint then directs the state board to adopt and define what that CCR standard is after the research study is completed. And so what that does as well is the benefits of meeting the CCR standard is that the students are really prepared to enter into that post-CCR pathway, which again are advanced placement, international baccalaureate, APIB, dual enrollment, early college, CTE, career and technical education programs, as well as it allows the right to enroll in credit-bearing college courses within Maryland community colleges. So it's there, and on the right of the slide are some of the exact statutory language that goes through that, that the Blueprint sets out for us. So before going further, I want to also just review again the differences between the graduation requirements within Maryland and the CCR standard. So on the left, the graduation requirements at the state level, and this is just a summary, there are more details elsewhere, that's not the full policy, but the graduation requirements to earn a Maryland high school diploma are to earn 22 course credits. And then it defines which ones those are. You need to take the MCAP state assessments for Algebra 1, Science, Government, and English 10, as well as complete 75 hours of student service. And then also each local school district can also add additional requirements, so it may look a little bit different depending on which county you are in. And once you do that, you graduate from high school, you earn a Maryland high school diploma, and all the rights and privileges therein. The CCR standard, the requirements to meet that are what we're going to discuss today. The interim CCR standard that's in place now is that the student needs to score proficiently on both a English and math state assessment. And the benefits, again, are that the students are well prepared for success in this post-CCR pathways, guaranteed enrollment in those credit-bearing college courses within Maryland community colleges, and from the school and district perspective, additional per pupil funding is generated for each student that meets that CCR standard for the school and district. So to go back again, just a quick refresh of where we have been over the last couple of months. In the September State Board meeting, the researchers from AIR, American Institutes for Research, presented their final report of the empirical research study, going through all of the research, as well as some of the recommendations from the study itself. In the October State Board meeting, we discussed, based on that research, put forward a couple of proposals of what that new CCR standard could be, discussed those. And then right after that October State Board meeting, we went into a period of public feedback with a online survey, as well as a public hearing in front of the State Board. We had another discussion as well of all of that feedback received at the December 5th State Board meeting. And so with that and all of the information that came out with that, I'll turn it over to Matt to talk about stakeholder engagement.
Thanks, Phil. So throughout this whole process, stakeholder engagement has been a top priority. Even before this AIR study began, MSDE along with AIR engaged stakeholders, including higher ed, instructional leaders across our local education agencies, as well as workforce representatives and people from the community, to get their input before the study, during the study, and after the study. This included listening sessions, focus groups, and other conversations that reached over 200 stakeholders. Also note the public hearing in November, we heard from 20 stakeholders on their take on new CCR standard. Additionally, along with the board, MSDE provided a survey for stakeholders, community, to provide feedback. And one question we asked is which specific metrics should be included in a new CCR standard. And you'll see that the #1 answer was overall high school GPA, both in terms of frequency, but also in terms of importance. And #2 was also GPA, but defined more narrowly, GPA for core courses, and #3 was the state assessment. There were also open-ended responses on this survey. We asked what people wanted the State Board and the State Department of Education to know as they considered changes to the standard. We received over 386 responses. These are everything from questions to information, clarifications, suggestions, and in your materials you have the full set of these responses. Going back to the AR studies, a reminder, the key takeaways are shown here. So the researchers found that an alternative CCR standard would not only increase the percentage of students that meet the standard, but would also be more accurate in doing so. And when I say accurate, I mean be a better predictor in identifying students that are actually ready in terms of meeting post-secondary progress. So overall, the study recommended that we revise the CCR standard so it would be more accurate as well as more equitable. And this included providing multiple measures, so not just using one measure for students to demonstrate readiness. This recommendation is based on their conversations with stakeholders as part of the study, as well as literature on the bias in assessments, prior research on the validity of such measures, as well as the predictive validity of the standards that you saw on the previous slide. They did also mention that if a GPA option is included, they suggested providing guidance to local education agencies so it would be better standardized across different LEAs. And then just as a reminder, what is the current standard? So interim standard, it was specified in the blueprint. It was adopted by the board February of 2022. In order to meet the standard, students need to demonstrate proficiency in both the English and high school assessments and MCAP. There are different options here based on when they took the test from 2021 forward.
So now at this point, given the feedback received and all of the research completed, today MSDE is recommending to the state board to adopt this CCR as defined on this slide, or this CCR standard as defined on this slide, and to adopt this as the new CCR standard going forward. So to walk through this and go through the details here, the left and right sides here are again the same system, the same information, just in different different presentations for different learning styles. But to walk through the left side first, basically this CCR standard would allow students two main options for how to meet the CCR standard, how to prove that they are ready for that next step. So option one is that students need to demonstrate academic success and math mastery. So academic success is defined as a high school grade point average GPA of 3.0 or higher, and a student would demonstrate their math mastery through two different options there of earning a grade of A, B, or C in their Algebra 1 course, or scoring proficient or above on the Algebra 1 MCAP state assessment. So that is option one. And then option two for the student to meet the CCR standard as well is to score proficient or above on both the English 10 MCAP assessment and the Algebra 1 MCAP assessment. So if the student scored proficient on both of those two assessments, the student would meet the CCR standard. And to walk through just real quick on how to read the flow chart on the right as well, if you start in the upper left corner of that, the high school GPA of at least 3.0. If the student does meet that, does have that 3.0 GPA, you would move to the right on that arrow that says yes, move over to the box that says, does the student earn A, B, or C in Algebra 1? And if that's also a yes, they go into that green box in the middle that they meet the CCR standard. And all the other options, you would follow the different arrows there. So this is MSD's recommendation for the state board to adopt as the CCR standard going forward. And so go into a couple of details about implementing new CCR standard if adopted by the board today. One of the provisions of the blueprint is that related to the funding related to the CCR standard. The blueprint says that for each student who meets the CCR standard, as defined by what we were just talking about, each student that meets the CCR standard generates additional funding for the school and the school district that they are enrolled in. And so if the board adopts the proposal today, the box on the right would go into effect where the funding for fiscal year 2026 would be based on this new CCR standard for students with data up to and including, and I'll go this on the next slide as well, but data up to and including this coming spring. If the student meets the CCR standard this spring, the funding for fiscal 26 would reflect that, and each student who meets that CCR standard would generate an additional $625 for the school and district. And the previous boxes are the how the funding amount was calculated for the last couple of years as well. And a couple more details on implementing the new CCR standard and the timeline. Again, the proposal is that the data up to and including the full 23-24 school year, the current school year that we're in right now, eligible 9th through 12th graders would be identified as meeting the new CCR standard with data up to and including the full 23-24 school year, and identified as the student now meets the CCR standard starting next school year, the 24-25 school year. As part of operationalizing this, making this work, the data collection, our standard process high school data collection, HSDC, will be updated to reflect these new fields and collect this data for the data from this current school year, 23-24. And that, again, includes students graduating classes of 2024 through 2027, which is current 9th through 12th graders. And again, the funding starting with fiscal 26 will be based on this new CCR standard and every year going forward as well. And now with that, turn over to Dr. Collins for other next steps.
Thank you. So we've been talking a lot today about implementation and supports. And let me go to the next slide, Matt. This is really, really important. So yes, we're making a recommendation to adopt the CCR standard as present to be effective for all high school students, but it's really, really critical. We're going to be busy here at MSDE, right? It's going to be all hands on deck, but we have an ethical responsibility to do that through implementation. So a few things that we are going to do. We are committed to studying, monitoring, determining what's working, what are the implementation supports our LEAs need, what does our community need, what are our family needs, what is our engagement plan around communication. We have a lot to do, but it's really, really important that we just don't say, okay, here you go, here's the standard and moving forward. We need to build an implementation plan that has support, not just in the beginning, but all throughout. We all know what it's like to gear up for the new school year. Right now, our secondary schools, they're already they're talking about next year. They're looking at high schools. They're looking at schedules already, right? So we've already put together an internal MSDE team, cross-department, that is looking at this implementation plan. So really, really important. We're also going to make sure, as I mentioned, that there's clear communication with schools. One of the things that Chandra from the assessment team and I do monthly is meet with the chief academic officers and assistant soups. And assessment and instruction, we are always together at those meetings to get on the ground, in-time information and feedback from our LEAs, and we will continue to do that. Most of this work lives with our CAO, so we need to make sure that we are close in partnership with them. In terms of some future policy initiatives that we need to make sure that we're considering, we are prioritizing the Launch Years Initiative. It is an initiative that we are partnered with the Dana Center. It's a national center that looks at research around mathematics. We have a liaison, a consultant assigned to Maryland, and we have assembled our team. Our director of mathematics, Lindsay Brightful, leads that team. The team has national experts along with experts in the LEAs, whether it's central office or in the schools. There's also higher ed partnerships. And what the team has begun to do back ever since August is to begin to think about, no matter what the CCR standard looks like, what is going to be required of a student. When we look at pathways, what's going to be necessary? When we look at math courses, what's going to be needed? We know students need Algebra 1, but do we need to look at Algebra 2? And do we need to pull down some of the content from Algebra 2 to Algebra 1? I mean, lots of things to consider. So this expert team, they've started to meet more frequently. We'll be looking at a variety of questions and coming to us with a recommendation by June. We also will be drafting and adopting a statewide secondary grading policy. That was something that the research mentioned. We know that there is variability, but we're going to work towards bringing some consistency around grading. So we will study that and then bring forward a recommendation to the board. We're also going to examine the CCR support pathway. The CCR standard is, we want to be clear, for all students, not for some, but for all students. The support pathways need to be put in place to make sure that all students have access. But what does that look like, right? So we need to delve deeper into that. And I want to resonate that when we talk about pathways, it's not just math pathways or literacy pathways, or we need to look at across all content areas. And that's something that our teaching and learning team has been doing in their collaboratives. I was talking to Ms. McCusker about our fine arts group. They are already looking at what do pathways look like from an arts perspective. Here's where we've been partnering with Mary Gable's team to make sure that our school counselors are well versed in what we mean when we talk about pathways, so that when they're meeting with students, they have the background knowledge and skills, not to say, okay, this is how you're performing, this is a pathway for you. But no, here are your options, and here are options for pathways. We've also had a lot of conversations internally with Dr. Wright as well around, what does this look like to begin to have students in middle school think about pathways and options, right? That's a really critical time. I have a middle schooler. I've been talking my ear off, right? And now he's getting ready to go to high school, and he's like, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. How can we start earlier having these conversations, not to put students in a box, but to begin to get them thinking about what their options are. And the other piece that we've been talking about is career. We talk about college, but what about career, and what does that look like? So it's not here, but MSD is a part of another launch around talent. Talent Ready, and we're excited about that to do a deeper dive into career. And then finally, we're going to be tentatively looking at how we might align the graduation requirement to this recommendation and bring that forward as well. So with that said, I will turn it over to the board.
The floor is now open for questions of clarification, comments. Anyone? Dr. Johnson, Ms. McCusker, Mr. Gear, and Mr. Paul.
Okay. On slide 1, you have take. Do you mean pass? Because I could take the MCAP assessment.
Where people didn't hear what you said. Where you want to
Go to slide 1.
Slide 1.
Wait a minute, maybe it's slide what? Maybe it's slide 3. I'm sorry, slide 3.
3.
Graduation requirements and CCR standards.
Yes, so on slide 3 for the graduation, for students currently, they just need to attempt the MCAP assessments.
Talking about this is current. This is where we are today.
So how are you changing it? I don't see where you changed that language. I see where they go into depth about what it means.
Dr. Michael.
So this is an excellent question, Dr. Johnson. This is how the graduation requirements read that we adopted earlier this year. We are not acting on graduation requirements in this meeting.
Okay.
That is, though, why the next step that you saw on the last page of the presentation is about revisiting graduation requirements for school year 25-26 in the next 6 months, because we're tinkering with CCR standard, and as you have listed, our graduation requirements only require taking the MCAP assessment in those areas. So we want to revisit that to ensure that there's coherence and alignment in this early indicator of college and career readiness, and what we're saying is the graduation requirement.
Okay, I saw where it was in the later. I just didn't see where it was changed.
Yep.
And it's not changed yet.
We're not changing graduation in this action today.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for raising that. It's excellent.
Ms. McCusker, and also Dr. Wilcox will come to you as well.
Thank you, Dr. Collins, for lifting the fine arts CCR pathways that they're working on. I also want for counselors and for us to make sure that when we're looking at CCR pathways, that those pathways also include ways for kids to access electives that they may want. They might want to do a pathway, but at the same time remain in a performing arts ensemble or remain in their art classes or whatever their interest may be, theater. I want to make sure that as we are looking at these pathways, we include lots of options for kids to also be involved in those types of activities, elective activities in their schools. I think it's an important piece of creating well-rounded kids, well-rounded citizens who understand how to work with others in the workplace. I think they get essential skills. And those places are also places where kids find their people, and their mental and social health is just as important as their academic achievement. So as we're doing that, let's pay some attention to that and make sure counselors know not to steer kids away from those programs.
Thank you. Mr. Gear, then Mr. Paul, and then Dr. Wilcox.
Sure. Thank you so much. This is a long time coming. This is good work. I'm excited to see the implementation of this. One of the places where I'm concerned about implementation and just want to keep our eyes on really closely as a board is in terms of the lag between funding decisions. So we have this challenge, I think, in other areas. We see it in the early grades, in the early childhood. We see this time and time again. I know that the way that we have always done things is that we get the assessment results and then we need to get through the data and then we need to push it out to districts or to LEAs, and it does take time. I appreciate and understand that. But the lag that's built in here in slide 12 to define the funding for the budgets that LEAs are going to be working towards is going to be very difficult to implement, and it's not going to end up impacting programs in the way that we want it to. It's going to have too much of a lag, too many students, the incentives are going to be off a little bit. And so I really want us to work hard to figure out another way to speed up this turnaround time. Totally understood. I've been in the seats that you've been sitting in and understand how difficult it is. So I just want to see if we can get creative here. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Paul?
Is this on? Yes. I know there's been a lot of discussion and feedback, much very good feedback about the specific call out of math mastery in the proposed standard, and I just want to come out swinging in favor of it, not because it's the only important thing or the most important thing, but because it's such a culturally acceptable thing to brush under the rug and have teachers write off students, or students write themselves off, or families write their own young people off, that math isn't for them. And so I think the fact that this, we're saying clearly, both in terms of what this symbolizes and how it will be operationalized, we're saying clearly math is for you. It is a gateway, not a gatekeeper, but a gateway to rich statistics education that's going to make the world intelligible, to calculus that's going to unlock the STEM fields, to many, many things. I'm really enthusiastic about the specific call out of math mastery there, and totally understand the many feelings many others might have about it, but I'm here for it. Thank you very much.
Dr. Wilcox, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Collins, I've had some folks reach out to me, some teachers and some staff reach out to me about the standards with concern about teacher burden on teachers, given our workforce challenges we have with them. Also, the issue of taking time away from instruction for the implementation of these standards. Could you please speak to those two issues?
Can you clarify specifically the question you're asking? I want to make sure I respond.
So my question is, will the implementation of these new CCR standards have more burden on teachers and staff? And how are you going to go about trying to make this less burdensome on them? And then will these new standards take away from instruction time?
So the idea is this should not be burdensome. That's not the idea. The idea is that in the LEAs, they are leveraging data to determine which students are have met the standard, which students are not. Many of our LEAs, I'd say probably the majority of them, have a system called the early warning indicator system that they've been leveraging to make sure that they're catching students early on. And it goes back to how not only the LEA, but how the individual schools are organized around supports for students, looking at the master schedule. Sometimes certain students are pulled so often away that they're not getting their the data instruction that they need. So this needs to be looked at student by student on a case-by-case basis. That's why some of the LEAs have revisited the way that they do, for example, collaborative planning time, or the use of their resource teachers. But it's really going to take a collaborative effort on the schools within the LEA, sometimes a cluster of schools in terms of how they're organized and how they're organizing their supports. A lot of this goes back to looking at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 instruction, but definitely doing sort of an audit of individual student schedules, and also getting a sense of what are the supports that the teachers need to implement that. I mean, as a state, we're going to need to do that, but also we're going to have to partner with our LEAs to be able to do that as well, so that the professional learning and supports are coherent and cohesive and not, kind of all over the place in the vacuum. So I think that's something that we're going to have to partner with our LEAs to study. But I would have to say leveraging data is going to be really, really important, so that the supports that students are provided are aligned with what they need, rather than just putting students in a whole bunch of supports and not knowing if the right supports are aligned to what the students need. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Getty, and then Dr. Golson.
When you start your presentation on slide 2, meeting the CCR standard enables the students. I want to ask and be very, very clear that this is not a gatekeeper standard. When I think of the CCR standard, I think of it as a snapshot. Yes, you are meeting the standard, and no, you are not, but this is what we're going to do to help move you forward for graduation. But the way I read this implies that meeting the standard comes first and then the opportunity comes second. And I want to be very, very clear and very strong in our messaging to the LEAs that not meeting the CCR standard does not keep students away from opportunity, because we know that if a student is interested in a subject area, they can go to the community college and be very successful in a class that's not at the high school for them, or they can participate in a hands-on career and tech opportunity. And so I feel like some of the wording needs to be more straightforward and very, very clear, so that parents, students, and guidance counselors who are all guiding the student towards a pathway understands that this standard is not a gatekeeper. Okay? Okay, and now I have a question. My question is, what does this CCR dollars, what are they used for? Is there, when a LEA receives money based on, it's a great, powerful motivation to really work on this as a standard, to receive that money, then what is the money used for? Is there any restriction?
Yes. Apologize for not covering that. So those funds are meant to cover the cost of those post-CCR pathways. So all of those post-CCR pathways, the AP, IB, dual enrollment, are offered at no cost to the student and family. So these funds are given to the school and the district to cover those costs of all of the dual enrollment charges, any of the fees associated with AP courses and assessments. So that's what the funding is meant for.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Dr. Golson?
Mine will be quick now because Dr. Getty made the point that I wanted to make, so don't need to repeat that. Just want to remind us that communication is key. We still have people who don't understand what the CCR requirement does, and they're close to the work. I'm not saying people who are far away from it, they're close to the work. So we need to be clear that it is not going to stop a student from moving forward. We already have chronic absenteeism issues across the state, so what we don't want to do is to send a message to students that if you don't meet it by grade 10, that's it. What we're saying is it triggers another level of support in order for them to be successful. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Dr. Emily McCarthy, then to Ms. Ayala, and I think then Dr. Wilcox has an additional follow-on question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Getty, for bringing that up, because it does read that way, so I appreciate re-looking at that. But I also then want to say, does this give permission for people to just let kids flounder until 10th grade, and then when 10th grade hits, we're going to do something? So what are the signals that children give so that schools will get them working so that by 10th grade they are proficient? So I just don't want this to be, well, we'll just let them slide in 10th grade. If they don't cut it, well, we'll do something then. So I want us to be clear in how the CCR standards are backpedaled through elementary school up through middle school to high school.
So one of the things I was going to mention, and Dr. Collins brought it up, these early warning systems need to start in elementary school. And so for those that aren't familiar with early warning systems, we call them ABCs, the attendance, behavior, and course completion. And that needs to start in elementary school, elementary teachers, elementary principals, whether it's a committee, whether it's a leadership team, that children are to be monitored starting in elementary school so that we catch kids early that that aren't attending, to your point about chronic absenteeism, whose behavior is not conducive to learning, or who are failing in the courses that they're currently in. And I think that's going to be a really critical component, that every school has an early warning system to grab those kids as soon as they can and provide the supports that they need as early as they possibly can. CCR is, to me, is not a high school issue. It is a pre-K through high school issue. So we've got to make sure that everybody understands that. We can't just say, oh, by the way, you're starting in 9th grade and next year you got to pass the CCR. We should have done everything that we possibly can do while these children are starting out in pre-K through that time to support them so that they are successful by the time they get to 10th grade.
Okay, Ms. Ayala.
All right, and on Dr. Wright's point, I remember in middle school, we would take like a careers course, I believe it was called Exploring Career Academies or something like that. But basically we would start that college and career readiness discussion at that time. Now I don't know what it looks like now, but I think that would be a good thing to make sure that each LEA has some sort of version of that. And in Howard County, we also have what's the word? We pay for Naviance, which is a college and career readiness tool as well. So students can look at that. We do the Strengths Explorer on there. So it asks you a bunch of questions like, are you a tactical learner? Are you interested in the outdoors? And it gives you like, it ranks careers that would be good for you. Now, a lot of that is dependent on the bandwidth of counselors. And in Howard County, we did get CCR counselors in each of our high schools this year, which is a good step. But they are new counselors, and they're reliant on our current counselors for mentorship. And it's still going to take some time to get them to the ability where they can help all of our students well. And again, that's one CCR counselor for a population of, if you're lucky, 1,300 kids, but maybe it's 2,000 in some of our high schools. So I think having some sort of way to level the playing field across our LEAs so that it's not dependent on having excellent counselors or having the money for Naviance or other platforms, but having that built in, especially the middle school level, so that students can have those conversations ahead of time before we're scrambling in 10th grade to meet that standard. And then on the point of communication, I also wanted to reiterate that I think it's important that we reinforce that we're talking about an unweighted GPA. It was in the report once, but as we're talking to students and teachers, oftentimes as a high schooler, when you bring up GPA, we're asking unweighted or weighted. So we want to be very clear about that. And I think any communication after this should be very, very targeted. So working with Miss McCusker, oh my God, okay, Miss McCusker and Mr. Greer to specialize, and MSD to like specialize communications to our stakeholders. So what does this mean for students? What does this mean for parents? What does this mean for teachers? I think that would really help in guiding our LEAs after this decision.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Wilcox, I believe we have a follow-on question.
Yes, I want to ask my question in a slightly different way. Sorry about that. Dr. Collins, do you think that our schools have the staffing for the new CCR standards to be successful?
That's a loaded question. Oh. It kind of gets back to what Abisola mentioned, right? If you think about, for example, our counselors, counselors were hired, oftentimes they're spending a lot of time doing work with mental health, right? That is a huge need. And so now trying to make sure that they're well-versed in supporting students when we talk about college and career adds another layer that we want them to be able to do. While Blueprint provides funding for career counselors, as was mentioned, that LEA has one per high school. Some LEAs only have one person. So I do think that the LEAs, and they've already been doing this because we've been talking to them, think about what are the implications for staffing? However, I will always say, and my team knows me, in the absence of staffing, we have an ethical responsibility to teach students and make sure they have the necessary supports that they need. And so how do we make it work, right? We have to rise to the occasion to be able to do that. So it's a loaded question because staffing is a realistic challenge, right? That is realistic. But also we have to look at how resources are allocated. I know many of our LEAs are looking at, through the blueprint, reallocating resources to where they make the most sense, where's the data saying that we need to better allocate the resources? You know, sometimes it means making a tweak or pushing over resources. But at the end of the day, we just have to be careful that in the absence of staffing, we're not taking away supports from students. So.
And also, I believe implementation of the CCR is in law, right? So we got to do it.
Yes.
So it's not an option. The second thing I would state is go back to what was shared with us from MABE and Anne Arundel County. What they did was they did a rethinking of, in effect, their business model. This is what we're going to have to do, I think, across the board with the blueprint. My experience in resources is, I'll draw from federal experience. It's probably not a whole lot different here. If you want me to do something new, you got to give me new money. I have enough money to fund everything that I want to do. I don't have any money to fund what you want me to do. The way we addressed that issue in federal was, in the areas where I was involved, we said a very simple thing. You do my things first. And then you tell me what won't get done. And then we'll sit down and talk about it. But it required a dramatic rethinking of how we do this. I believe, as I've talked to our finance people, like that's sort of the underlying assumption with the blueprint was that there's not enough money in the blueprint under the best of circumstances to do everything that we're doing today plus everything we want to do for tomorrow. What it's going to require us to do is to rethink that and to reprioritize that to make it work. And then change is just it's just hard. You know, I'm happy to see change that affects Dr. Collins. I don't want change that affects me, you know. So change is very, very hard, and we have to understand that, and we have to provide supports and help people work through it because it's hard. Because when what we're talking about is going to someone and saying to a very conscientious person, we want you to change the way you do business, and the logical question as people listen to this is, well, what does this mean for me? How will this impact me? And to the extent that we can provide the information up front, we need to provide it, but also be sensitive to the fact that change is a very personal thing. Until I can figure out how I'm going to be impacted, it's hard for me to see beyond that, and we need to be supportive, encouraging, and understanding that this is hard. This is a change on top of everything else they're doing. We're talking about significant change. So I think some of this is what you would expect from people, and I think it's incumbent upon us here at the state level and at the LEA leadership levels to take that into account as we go forward in trying to help our folks identify a reasonable way forward with all of this change that we're doing. Dr. Michael.
Two very quick things. First, this policy has traversed partnerships with stakeholders, a significant engagement with AIR. It has navigated a leadership transition here at the department. And I want to take a moment just to acknowledge Mr. Lasser and Mr. Duque, who have really thoughtfully shepherded this policy in really the first of its kind, we think, in the country, as we understand it. And so just want to take a moment to thank you for your stewardship and your leadership to have us here almost on schedule. I know we had hoped to do it in December, but almost on schedule. So thank you. And the second thing is, I think for the board, this is one of the most high-profile standards we have set that is in the frame of multiple measures. And as we think about our role of setting standards, we can both set standards and ensure equitable access for students. And a multiple measures approach that we're considering here today, I think serves as a model for us to ensure both excellence and equity and access. And hopefully we'll continue to find more ways to do that as we lean into our standards, making a purpose and authority here at the board, holding both, again, excellence and equity as we move forward.
Great. Great. Any additional questions of clarification? Seeing no additional questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to adopt the College and Career Readiness Standard as recommended by the interim state superintendent. So we'll have a motion there, and then once that motion has been passed, the floor will then open for a discussion of the motion, if there are any questions about the motion. And then after that period, then the floor will be open for a vote on the motion. So at this point, we're looking for a motion to adopt Dr. Getty and seconded by Ms. Ayala. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Looks none. And looks unanimous. Is that right, Mr. Schoen? Okay. Great. Okay. Okay. Great. Let me see here, 12:15. So at this time, we're going to, I guess we'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch.
Let's do it.
Okay. Okay, see, this is the new enlightened person, so we're going to adjourn now for lunch. In my older life, unenlightened, and like we probably just push right through, but this 21st century, we're on television, people are watching, and they're saying, well, how's the state board going to act? Well, okay, we're going to act enlightened. So we will adjourn for lunch. We will return in 45 minutes. Again. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back. We're ready to reconvene. Thank you very much. We're now at the point of the agenda, reports to the State Board for discussion. The first item is virtual education for severe weather conditions, 2024-25 school year. Dr. Wright?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. President. And to do our presentation is Ms. Mary Gable, who led point on this policy. So I'll defer to her.
This is an information and discussion item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Mike,
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Michael, Dr. Wright, members of the board. We're here to give you a little background on a new piece of legislation that came from the 2023 General Assembly, and also the procedures that have been used for 2 years, and then the procedures that will be used starting with the 2024-25 school year. So with that, I think we lost the PowerPoint, but we'll get it back. Are we good? Okay. All right, thank you. Which is moving me. This one, there we go. So we're going to look at the virtual plan. This is what I just mentioned to you and what happened in the General Assembly, and then actually what the virtual education program is. So for the past 2 school years, in the 22-23 school year and this year, the 23-24 school years, the local school systems, and at the request of the superintendents to the former superintendent, were able to repurpose certain days in order to provide a virtual day for snow days, basically. But the application that was used was not just for snow days or inclement weather. They were also able to submit an application, as Dr. Golson knows, to use those days for professional development day, or it specifically mentions, although there were others, for graduation. As you know, operating and running a graduation during a school day, you need a lot of teachers on board to assist with that. So school systems were able to apply to send an application, which had to go to the state superintendent and had to have the approval of the state superintendent before they could use it. There are a number of requirements that existed, but one, I just highlighted a couple. One is they had a total of 8 days of synchronous and asynchronous virtual instruction, with a maximum of 3 of those 8 days being asynchronous. So if they use them at the maximum, they could have 3 asynchronous, 5 synchronous. School systems applied for what they requested based on their calendar committee, based on what they were looking and their needs. So some of them only applied for the use of 3 asynchronous, or just synchronous days, or a combination of both. There were a number of requirements. They had to address technology. They had to address Wi-Fi, ensuring that students with special education or EL students received the services. They had to specify how they were taking attendance, how they were communicating to their public, their principals, and to their parents and to their students. And there needed to be an assurance that no particular category of employees would lose salary or lose work as a result of this decision. In particular, I noted might be cafeteria workers if the cafeteria wasn't open that day, or custodians, depending upon who was there for emergency. And as I said before, then this had to be approved by the state superintendent in order to be used. As a result of legislation that occurred in the 2023 General Assembly, the legislation, which started with Bill 610, primary and secondary education, virtual education, this is a pretty extensive piece of legislation. It covered a number of things, and I've bulleted those 3 things here for you. They covered what we're talking about today, which is inclement weather. It also covers a prolonged state of emergency, and therefore it covers what LEAs need to do to develop a plan. God forbid, should we have another pandemic and have to close schools. So we're hopefully that that's not going to happen. And it also covered virtual schools in general. For the purpose of today's presentation, we're only speaking of the cases of severe weather. So what does this allow, this legislation? It does allow a county board of education to authorize the superintendent to provide virtual education very specifically instead of closing schools due to inclement weather. The legislation puts into law what the requirements were, which are similar to what I just spoke about, but not identical. So the county board has to have an open meeting, that was required before, has to discuss it, and most LEA boards would meet, discuss it, and then come back to it, giving the parents an opportunity for both coming in person or writing comments in support or not in support of not only their calendar, but the use of virtual days. Like before, attendance has to be taken. Students have to be allowed the ability to make up work. What if they didn't have their computers at home? What if they didn't have Wi-Fi? What if they just weren't able to complete? They would have a certain number of days. Having read the applications, the LEAs generally gave them a certain number of days to make up missed. And again, they had to have their devices. They had to meet IEPs. The county superintendent then could provide the virtual day, and this is the change, only if, so I've bolded this, only if the LEA has used all of the days that they have incorporated into their calendar for school closure. So you're used to knowing, many of you are a student, have experienced it, you have children, you have been in schools, and you know that every year the LEA votes on the calendar, and they put into the calendar, so there's a requirement of 180 days, they put in some days. If we have a snow day, they put in maybe 183 days, 185 days. So a county board authorized the use of those days in the case of severe weather. So the legislation talks about severe weather, no other reasons. And it's in the case, obviously, if the weather conditions don't allow students to come to school. So there are still some requirements. This is a similar requirement. They have to have not less than 4 hours of virtual education and the rest of the day of synchronous, and the rest of the day could be asynchronous. So that's all in one day. It does not give so many days. It does not give so many asynchronous or so many synchronous. It's the day. You get 4 hours of instruction followed by asynchronous. Employee organizations at state, this was stated before, an employee organization can be involved in this and might have input onto when the day started, as opposed to whether would instruction start at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. That would be a decision, and also planning time. The virtual education model must be approved by the local board, another change. Not approved by the state superintendent, it will not come here. And the LEA must make sure, like I've said before, that work can be made up, that the student would have the ability to make up the work. I've provided for you the COMAR 13A020104, which is on the length of the year. And in particular, this language includes that the 180 days are required, and also noted that I bolded for you, which is that the local school system has develops a calendar which includes days to be used to make up days lost. Depending on past experience, a number can range between 3 and 10, depending upon if it's heavy snow and it's Garrett County, they probably put in more days than a school system on the shore. The reason this is here is because if the school system has to come before the board, before the state superintendent to ask for a waiver because they went more days of snow days, inclement weather than they had in their calendar, and they were going to ask you for whatever reason for a waiver, they have to demonstrate that they have done their due diligence, that they put days into the calendar, they've used those days, and they have a reason for the waiver. So the implementation is that last conditions that I want to go over. The local superintendents, we wanted to make sure, Dr. Wright, when I shared this with her, she reviewed it, wanted to make sure that the superintendents had this information because, as you know, they are not doing their calendar for next year, for 24-25 in the summer. They're doing their calendars now, if not already. And some do their calendars a couple of years ahead. So Dr. Wright sent out a memo to the superintendents. It went out on December 20th with very clear message, effective with calendars for the 24-25 school year, which is next year, per the annotated code, and then that's from the Senate bill. It's now in Law 7-103.2. All LEAs must model their 2024-25 school calendars in accordance with statutory changes. And that the previous, last school year and this school year, where they could apply, as I described at the very beginning, that model would end with the 23-24 school year. And did I, it's far, yeah, I did push it to the last slide. So that we are now, as we're planning, and the LEAs are planning for the 24-25 school year, their calendars must be aligned with the statute, and they can use days as long as it's before the board, parents have input, and they have used all of the snow days that they've built into their calendar. We've done 2 webinars on this and have the third webinar actually today, and some other folks are doing that webinar for other parts of the bill. And that's where we are. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Very good. The floor is now open for questions or clarification. Okay. All righty. Dr. Wilcox, just checking with you. Are you okay? Okay. All righty.
Great. We're good.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We now have three actions requiring action on behalf of the board. The first one is the 6th and 7th grade social study frameworks. This topic, this particular issue was brought before the Education Policy Committee, and the Policy Committee voted to recommend adoption of these frameworks at its January 10th meeting. So the action is that the superintendent is requesting that the state board adopt the revised 6th and 7th grade social studies frameworks.
Yes, and coming to the table are Dr. Collins, who is the Deputy for Teaching and Learning, and Peter Ramsey, who oversees our social studies work.
Okay, excellent.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. Here with Peter Ramsey, to give you an update on our work on the 6th and 7th grade social studies frameworks. As mentioned, we presented to the Education Policy Committee, so we wanted to follow up with the entire board to share the same information and move forward towards adoption.
Okay.
So I will turn it over to Peter to get us started.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, excuse me. First, I want to say thank you to President Crawford and the board for taking the time to hear a little bit about the 6th and 7th grade frameworks. They are the culmination of many, many hours of hard work with and engagement with many stakeholders across the state. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. One quick note. One quick note, during the appendix section, we will discuss the universal procedures and processes for standards and curriculum resources adoption. So when we get to that moment, we will somewhat change gears a little bit. This is the presentation outline, and as I mentioned before, when we get to the appendix, we will talk through some of the procedures and processes for standards adoption. As mentioned earlier, the major decision point here is that the Maryland State Department of Education is requesting the permission to publish and adopt the 6th and 7th grade revised frameworks. A couple of key elements of this decision. One, I want to just quickly highlight the need to bring the 6th and 7th grade curricula into alignment with our social studies standards. This would be the last group of curriculum that would come into alignment with our standards. Secondly, I also want to highlight the broad engagement that we undertook as we built out these frameworks. And thirdly, I also wanted to talk a little bit about how geographical thinking is a key component to overall literacy growth. Some of the major goals of this revision process include, as I mentioned before, the need to bring our 6th and 7th grade frameworks into alignment with our standards, to provide consistency to our local education agencies around curriculum development, to innovate traditional methods of social studies teaching, and then finally, and possibly most important, to build a strong platform for our social studies learners as they move on to secondary social studies classes. So one question you might be asking yourself is, why geography? Why the focus on geographical thinking? As one of the Maryland social studies standards, geography and geographical thinking are skills that are critical to student success in 8th grade U.S. history, and as such, critical to success in their high school level social studies courses. More broadly, geographical thinking skills are an incredibly effective platform for building critical background knowledge, as well as overall language comprehension. In short, the revised frameworks and their focus on geographical thinking and background knowledge are foundational to overall literacy growth. I want to briefly talk about the framework revision process. The framework revision process included stakeholder engagement throughout. 15 of the 24 LEA supervisors were represented in the writing work group. All LEA supervisors were a part of the development of the frameworks. An academic review by Dr. Richard Russo of Frostburg State, as well as Dr. Todd Kenrick of Towson, was also implemented. A survey along with frameworks for review was provided to teachers as well. As I mentioned before, our academic review was undertaken by Dr. Todd Kenrick of Frostburg State and Dr. Richard Russo of Towson. Dr. Todd Kenrick noted how these frameworks are a step forward and praised their inquiry-based approach. And Dr. Russo noted the ambitious and challenging nature of the framework and highlighted the influence of the National Geographic Standards as well as the AP Human Geography course framework. MSD also engaged with the Baltimore Jewish Council as well as the American Pacific Islander Work Group throughout the development of these revised frameworks. Robust public engagement was leveraged throughout the revision process, as I mentioned earlier, but we also wanted to hear from teachers. We understand that the success of any curriculum hinges on teacher support. In a feedback survey administered by MSDE, teachers indicated that overwhelmingly the new frameworks promoted inquiry, as well as provided opportunities for learners to make connections with current events. There were also some much needed revisions to the formatting of the frameworks that also took place during this rewriting process. The revised frameworks addressed formatting updates that were necessary. Some of these included an inquiry-based format to reflect nationally recognized best practices, an introduction that describes the overview of the development of the social studies frameworks, as well as a course overview that sets the goals of the courses. Generally, social studies content has always been taught through a heavily historical, linear, and chronological lens. The revised frameworks, while still leaning on historical aspects, are organized around 4 major geographical themes, which are tied to enduring understandings. The 4 major themes of these frameworks: movement, human systems, human interactions and with their environment, and place and region. Here I wanted to give a brief snapshot of what is actually some of the content that's actually contained within the frameworks. You can see here that the revised frameworks are designed to be a blended 6th and 7th grade experience. So both the 6th grade curricula and the 7th grade curricula are designed to work in tandem with another. One should not be in a vacuum or implemented in a vacuum compared to the other. These revised frameworks are embedded with the idea that inquiry is the heart of effective social studies instruction, and as such are grounded in overarching essential questions. And 2 things I really wanted to kind of quickly highlight, and this came out of some questions from the Education Policy Committee. Unit 2, Human Interactions with the Environment, and Unit 5, Movement of Humans. If you look on the frameworks that were provided prior to today, on page 10 and page 15, you can see both of these 2 units are incredibly important to the overall scope of both of the implementation of these revised frameworks. And I wanted to highlight these as 2 very important portions of this curriculum, foundational pieces, if you will. Background knowledge and the revised frameworks. One of the most important aspects of literacy development is background knowledge. As such, these frameworks are designed to support learners as they build foundational understandings of the world and to leverage background knowledge as a launching pad for their high school experience. These revised frameworks also blend building background knowledge with opportunities for discrete skill development, with from claim construction to evidence evaluation and argumentative writing. The revised frameworks are specifically designed to be an effective scaffold that supports student success in higher grades. And one more thing I wanted to note, and this comes from another great question from our Education Policy Committee regarding literacy and the revised frameworks. Another leverage point is that these frameworks allow for literacy development to happen not just in ELA class, so that literacy in many different facets is occurring in content areas across the board. Professional learning. So this kind of outlines the 3 phases of our professional learning rollout. First and foremost, this plan is designed to be flexible to the needs of LEAs. We want to make sure that we are working with our LEA partners to best support them. And once these frameworks are adopted, MSDE will begin a robust plan for professional learning, starting with supervisor drop-in meetings as well as supervisor review sessions. What we don't want is for LEAs to become overwhelmed. This is where professional learning really comes into play, which is why my team and I will be engaging with supervisors as soon as this week in order to really hear from them what is needed. Also, materials and resource availability is going to be extremely important to the rollout of these frameworks. We plan to focus on leveraging our HQIM work, similar to Ed Reports, so that practitioners can have easy access to materials that they need to be able to implement the frameworks. I also want to briefly highlight as well, part of our professional learning rollout plan is going to be embedded within the learning labs that will be happening for social studies in February in Washington County, Calvert County, and Queen Anne's County as well. And I'm going to transition now to talking a little bit about the universal protocols and procedures for standards, frameworks, adoption, and revision. Excuse me. We recognize that there's various terms used to explain and illustrate the aspects of the standards adoption process. So we thought it would be really helpful for MSDE and the board to be able to spell out what these terms are defined as. Two major distinctions I want to briefly highlight. The definition of the term significant change, as well as the difference between standard and curriculum frameworks. Based off of a nationwide canvas of state adoption processes, MSDE adopted an 8-year cycle for standards review or to be readopted. Our nationwide scan included demographically and geographically similar states to Maryland. The timeline offers a strong balance of accountability, responsiveness, and flexibility for both MSBE and MSDE. This is a flow chart that details exactly what I was just kind of talking about, breaking out the standards, supporting curricular resources, of which the frameworks would be one, and other curricular resources that could also be a part of this as well. The flow chart displays the 6 pathways for adoption or readoption by MSBE and aligns the document that we just shared. Each of the branches include varied and robust avenues for MSDE to engage with the public around the standards and supporting curricular resources to be revised and readopted. The initial standards adoption process is the most robust and could include a 30-day public comment period as part of the formal rulemaking process. Revisions that are not significant changes follow a less lengthy path than initial adoption and are presented to this committee for discussion. Next, we have the standards adoption timeline that I mentioned earlier. This plan is going to be built out eventually to 2040 so the board can see with ease the schedule of revisions and readoptions. Eventually, we would like for there to be one content area going a year, being readopted or revised over the course of an 8-year cycle. The schoolhouse icon indicates the target date for implementation. One quick note about that, though. This date is designed to be flexible as the agency responds to LEA need and implements targeted support plans. Each of these stages will include multiple opportunities to engage stakeholders. And finally, I wanted to include some of the great work that some of our educators around Maryland did in crafting these 6th and 7th grade frameworks. This is a list of the folks who contributed and build out this framework document. And with that, I will pause and ask for questions.
The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Did someone? Did anyone?
No, I was when you're.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Michael.
First, a comment and a question. About 15 years ago, I was a student teaching, and I was teaching 6th and 7th grade social studies, and I got to teach with the old standards. And I would go at 3 6th grade classes and two and two, and it was like teaching like 2 completely different subjects. And so I just want to lift the changes here reflect a coherence that we should be thinking about and designing across our educational experience. And so I think it's really special how the change here I think is going to be really beneficial in schools in building that coherence in our middle grade social studies. So really excited to see that. This is a question more for Dr. Collins and Dr. Wright. If we go back to the time chart that we kind of breezed through, this is less on social studies, but we got a lot of work to do. I'm looking 2024, 25, 26. Could you give us a sense of what are they all priorities? I know they're all important. From earlier today, I'm thinking literacy is really important. Talk us through that big body of work that we're looking down the path at.
Yes, we have a lot of work to do. I told you we're busy. I told you. But no, the priorities for us are literacy and mathematics, to be quite honest with you. However, our other content areas, we did a state and like a national scan to see sort of what other states are doing, because there's really no fixed timeline. And that's why Peter said, depending on input from stakeholders or something may resonate that calls us to make some shifts, we'll be able to do that. But we really do need to, literacy and mathematics, we believe is a priority right now. And if there are some small tweaks we can do in between, we will do that. The other great part though is you heard Dr. Wright and Finn mention high quality instructional materials, and we are super excited about that work. We'll be coming forward to you later on in the year to share that work, but that will play into this as well, and will incorporate input from teachers as well to be actual practitioners to build this out. So this is a little bit flexible and fluid, but we think that literacy and mathematics are priorities right now.
Seeing no other questions or clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. The state superintendent is requesting that the state board adopt the revised 6th and 7th grade social studies frameworks. So have it motion from Ms. McCusker and seconded by Mr. Paul. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion itself. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Would just like to remind that the Ed Policy Committee did put this recommends that we pass.
Yes. Absolutely. Seeing no other questions, the floor is now open for a vote on this. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Dr. Wilcox, we can't see you. Are you voting in the affirmative?
Yes.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you much.
Thank you.
The floor is now open for the second item, the waiver of COMAR 13A 1201 11C conditional teacher certification. The action is the superintendent is recommending that the state board modify the waiver. So that's the action. Turn it back to Dr. Wright and to Ms. Meadows.
Yeah, just want to introduce Kelly Meadows, who oversees all the work that deals with teacher licensure and our educator prep programs, and so she's going to walk you through what our recommendations are.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. So in order to walk you through this, I want to go back just a little bit to July. Some of you were with us in July when this board approved a waiver of this COMAR. And basically what that waiver said was twofold. One, individuals who are hired in our local districts and are issued a conditional teacher certificate, which means that they are essentially preparing for professional certification while they are a teacher of record working. They get this credential, and what the current regulations say, the regulations that you actually just repealed and replaced last month, they say that you can only have one of those credentials. It's a 4-year credential, and it can be renewed in the middle at the 2-year mark if you come to the table with specific coursework and assessments. And at the time in July, we asked this board to waive that requirement. One, that the teacher come at the 2-year mark with the coursework and assessments. And that was really based on the inability for many to do both of those things because of the pandemic. So a lot of assessment centers were shut down early on. Coursework was more difficult to obtain. And so this board approved that waiver. The second piece of that same waiver, it's the same regulation, allows those same individuals, if they are at that 4-year mark, they've had their 4 years, to renew again and extend for a 2-year period, which would take them past that 4-year mark. So both of those requirements were waived in July, and the waiver is still in effect. The reason we're here today is when we were in here in July, we anticipated that the regulations that were just adopted in December and become effective April 1st, coming April, would be in place in January. And so we asked the board to consider those two waivers, or that waiver with those two requirements, for a specific period of time for individuals that had a conditional certificate that expired anywhere between July 1, 2020 and July 1, 2023. Thinking by January 1, we're going to have new regulations in effect and we're good to go. Because we are not putting those regulations into effect until April, there is a cohort of conditionally certified teachers that expired on January 1. of 2024, and they are not able to take advantage of that waiver. And in one of our districts that did reach out to us, Anne Arundel County Public Schools, in that district alone, there are 36 individuals who are affected by that January 1st expiration date. And anecdotally, I would imagine that those numbers are higher in other districts. And altogether, I think we're talking about, a couple hundred people. So our ask today is that you modify that original waiver to extend that time period and include those individuals who have the conditional certificate that expires January 1, 2024.
The floor is now, thank you. The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Dr. Getty?
What is happening to the teachers who had it expire January 1st in the local school systems? What's happening to them?
So one of two things can happen. They could be demoted to a long-term substitute, or they could be terminated because technically they violated their contract. Now, I cannot tell you what every single local school system has done since January 1st, but I know that anecdotally, I know that they're waiting to see what happens today.
Go ahead, Dr. Johnson.
So what extent from 2024 to when? How long will they have to meet the qualifications?
So the reason that the April 1st date is so important is because when those new regulations become effective, they will have the opportunity, if they need it and if the local employer wants it, to issue the new credential that was established in those regulations called the conditional license.
So they would pick up the conditions. Gotcha.
Correct.
Just for the public's, make sure the public understands, can you sort of give us a sense of who are these conditional teachers? What kinds of backgrounds do they have? Do they have, so if you could, just talk a little bit about who these folks are.
Absolutely. So in the old regulations, as well as the regulations that were just adopted, these individuals are what we traditionally have referred to as career changers. These are individuals that have a minimum of a bachelor's degree. Their bachelor's degree is in an area that is related to the subject for which they're hired to teach, and they have made the decision to move into a career in teaching. And so we have, over the last several years, seen a significant increase in the number of individuals that we are hiring conditionally. And what we've also found is that this pool of recruits is much more diverse than our traditional candidate pool who are graduating from the traditional, bachelor's degree, master's degree programs in our educator preparation programs.
Ms. Gear?
This is also an out-of-state pipeline too, right?
I'm sorry?
For out-of-state teachers? Teachers coming in that aren't developed in Maryland?
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Okay.
It depends.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, seeing no other questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. The state superintendent is requesting that the state board modify the waiver of Code of Maryland Regulation Comar 13A 1201 11C conditional teacher certification. So the floor is now open for a motion. That's Ms. McCusker, seconded by Ms. Chang. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? So it looks like it's unanimous. Again, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. The next item is a request from Anne Arundel County Public School, Queen Anne's County Public Schools for calendar modification. I'll go to Dr. Wright.
Yes, and Ms. Dantzler is going to walk you through what the request is and why we're making a recommendation.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the board. Today we have one calendar modification for your approval. Queen Anne's County Public School for the 2023-24 school year is requesting to open schools on President's Day, February 19th, as an inclement weather day if needed. President's Day is a required holiday according to statute, but the state board has the authority to permit schools to open. Queen Anne's County Public Schools were closed on January 10th and additionally on January 16th due to inclement weather. The LEA has 2 additional days built into its school calendar and has identified Martin Luther King Day and President's Day as their contingent makeup days. I'm happy to answer any questions if needed.
So the floor is open now for any questions of clarification. Dr. Getty?
Are they asking to have school on President's Day if their days are used up or just to do it?
It's currently, their school calendar has 2 additional days, 182 days, plus Martin Luther King Day and President's Day. It's too late now to use Martin Luther King Day.
Correct.
So when they first asked for the waiver conditionally, that was before the 16th. So more than likely, when they probably will use President's Day as their conditional day, but it's conditionally, and if they need it. But more than likely they will, because they used 2 days. When they first made the request, they only used 1.
Okay, thanks.
And I apologize because it just has come to my attention. This is the first time you're meeting this lovely lady. So would you like to introduce yourself and tell these folks what you do?
My name is Teresa Dantzler. I'm the ombudsman for the agency.
Very nice to meet you. Very good. Any other questions of clarification? Yes, Ms. Chang.
Yeah, I agree with this waiver. However, one thing is that we cannot predict the day of the weather on the President's Day. What if there's a bad weather? Then what comes next?
Well, if they have to close for President's Day, then they would just have to make other good faith efforts to make their 180-day requirement.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no additional questions of clarification, the floor is now open. Queen Anne's County Public Schools is requesting that the Maryland State Board of Education approve the conditional waiver to open school on February the 19th, 2024 President's Day, if needed, for the 2023-2024 school year. So the floor is now open for motion on this. Ms. McCusker, do we have a second? Mr. Paul? The floor is now open for a discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion on the motion, the floor is now open for vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. See, we don't bite. She out of here. She's not buying that. I don't think I would either. Okay. So now we have the legislative update. We're going to come to Dr. Wright, and I believe Ms. Gunning is going to start with
I was just going to say that, yes. Donna Gunning is going to bring you an overview of the governor's budget first, and then we will have general updates and a review of the legislative proposals.
Very good.
Ms. Gunning.
This is the important part. The other stuff is sort of fill up. Yeah.
Okay, all right, we can do that. So, good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. Wright. I have been asked to provide an update on the fiscal 25 budget. The governor submitted his budget to the General Assembly on January 17th. This is known as the governor's allowance. Now that the General Assembly has received the budget bill and the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, lovingly known as the BRFA, they will act on that legislation, and once they have passed the budget, which they were required to do by the 83rd day of session, we will have the department's official fiscal 25 budget. So, highlights for the governor's allowance. They said it was.
It's not going to bite you.
All right, but
No, it's good.
Nobody believes it. When we tell them that, nobody believes that. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that.
I'm not a teacher. I don't have a teacher voice. I'm sorry. Okay, so here's some highlights from the governor's allowance. So funding is included in the Department of Budget and Management's budget, which they do for a 3% cost of living adjustment, standard increment, and longevity increment for state employees. Funding for pre-K to 12 education grows by 5.3% to $9.2 billion. Low-income student support grows by 8%, or $161 million. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future formula programs, which are a subset of that funding for pre-K to 12, grows by 3.7%, or $281 million. Pre-K and concentration of poverty represent the largest increases over the prior year. Also, child care scholarship funding increases in FY24 by $217.9 million, and in FY25 by $270 million. On your next slide with the pretty pies, the headquarters budget by fund source, you can see that the predominant amount of funds in the department's headquarters budget is federal funds. We have a smaller amount of general funds and a very small amount of special funds. The federal funds are the administrative portion of federal titled programs and indirect costs that the department attains on federal grant expenditures. Special funds are include Blueprint for Maryland's Future funds that are in the headquarters budget. The next slide looks at positions in the department by office. You can see the largest number of positions are in the Department of Rehabilitation Services, followed by the Office of the Superintendent. And the reason that looks like that is because a lot of the FTE for the expert review teams are located in that office. Next is Office of Teaching and Learning, which includes our larger divisions, Office of Child Care, Early Learning, Special Education, Early Intervention Services, and Teaching and Learning. College and Career Readiness are also included in the Office of Teaching and Learning. Next, we're going to talk about the aid to education budget. This pie chart talks about the same as headquarters. This is the aid to education by fund source. As you can see, we flip, and the majority of our funds in the aid to education budget are general funds. These include the general funds to support the Blueprint for Maryland's Future formula funds. That special funds, the blue pie, is also the contribution of Blueprint funds into the formula funds. And then lastly, the 12% federal funds represents the titled federal programs in our aid to education budget. Lastly, I wanted to show you a little chart on aid to education and the state share of education as well as the per pupil amount, and you can see that they are steadily increasing associated with the Blueprint for Maryland's Future statutory increases, and you can see that the total per pupil amount grows in the same proportion as the state share. Does anybody have questions?
I think on that, I think I saw someplace that in terms of either dollars or percentage, the child care scholarship funding was one of the larger line items in the governor's budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
think education in total represents about 18%. And I think the way they look at it based on the general fund, so it's about 18% of the general fund budget.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Chang. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Ms. Chang.
It's kind of digesting. Yeah, with the last slide right here, can you explain a little bit? I know the y-axis is fiscal year, and how about the axis and the far right? What are the markers?
Sure. So the yellow bars represent the state share of all pre-K to 12 formula funding. And the red line represents that same data on a per pupil basis.
Okay, so the red is per pupil, and so that's where it comes down to the right margins.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. President, we have Dr. Akila Aline. She is the person who's in charge of our governmental relations and governmental affairs. She's our liaison with the legislature, and so she's going to be here to present and update you on legislation.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, President Crawford, Dr. Michael, and the board. Thanks for having us. So you all received this document here. It's broken down into 3 sections. The section that we're going to focus on for the purpose of this presentation is just the first item, items for discussion. These are the department's recommended positions for 3 upcoming bills that have hearings within the next week. The first item is SB 5. This is the Higher Education University System of Maryland, Morgan State University, and St. Mary's College of Maryland Guaranteed Admissions Bill. So just a brief synopsis of this. Basically, this bill just requires for these 3 universities to develop an admissions policy that would require the institutions to admit freshmen automatically upon their applications. These would be freshmen, i.e. high school graduates from both public and non-public schools in Maryland. And more specifically, these would be the top 10% of high school students from both public and non-public schools. The recommended position from the State Department of Education is to support this bill. There's going to be a hearing on this bill coming up tomorrow, actually, at 1 o'clock in the Senate chamber. Okay. The second item on the agenda is SB 161, which is cross-filed as HB 200. This is the Community Schools Bill, 1 of 2. This particular bill is authorizing each county board of education that has fewer than 40 community schools and receives funding from the Concentration of Poverty Grant Program to be able to use no more than 10% of their funds for certain circumstances. For this bill, the Department of Education is recommending that the board support this bill, and this bill also has a hearing coming up on the 24th, which is tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the Senate chamber. And the last item for discussion today is HB 138. This is a financial literacy curriculum bill. This bill is basically asking that the State Department of Education updates the Maryland State Curriculum for personal financial literacy education to correspond with financial literacy standards and include certain content. For this particular bill, the department is recommending that the board oppose this bill, given that there are already current internal processes going on, and this specific bill is asking for that implementation to be done by December 1, 2025, which would create too tight of a time frame for the process that we already have going on internally. All right. And this bill has a hearing coming up on the 31st at 1 o'clock in the House Ways and Means.
So we have the 3 recommendations. SB 5 recommendation is to support the hearing on tomorrow. Cross-filed SB 161 and HB 200. The recommendation is to support in the hearing on tomorrow. And HB 138. The recommendation is to oppose on the 31st. What we would like to do, with the board's concurrence, would be to vote on the three recommendations. Obviously, we have to pull anything off, we'll pull it off. But what we would like to try to do would be to vote on the recommendations that have been put forth on the board, to the board, for all three. So if that's, okay. Yes. So approve two and oppose the third one. So we would oppose the financial literacy.
Oh, okay. You're gonna do all three of them together?
Yes, ma'am.
So two support and one's opposed?
Yes, ma'am. So on the guaranteed admissions, yes. The community schools, yes. And on the financial literacy, no, opposed. So we'll get it coming to the board for approval of those recommendations. Dr. Getty?
Are there any plans for any of those three hearings?
Yes, I'm tentatively going to, with the board's permission, I'm going to testify tomorrow on the guaranteed admissions bill. I don't know whether we were just going to submit on the other one, we're going to just submit a letter of support.
Yes, sir.
Just a letter of support there. And then on the opposition, I believe we were going to do a letter there as well.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Just a clarifying question. I think you said this, but we're opposing the
financial literacy.
Financial literacy because, not because we don't believe in financial literacy, but because we have, it's a too tight of a timeline and there's something coming on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, perfect. All right.
And
yeah, I don't want the words here to be we oppose financial literacy.
Our platform opposes any legislation that essentially takes our authority to around curriculum and standards. Well, yeah, standards.
So the floor is now open for a motion to approve the package, the three recommendations that have been made. Ms. McCusker?
So moved.
Seconded by Dr. Millie McCarthy. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the package. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Looks unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
President Crawford, could I just add one
Please,
thing from
absolutely.
that? The State Board and MSDE's departmental bill, House Bill 88, Senate Bill 266, the hearing is scheduled for this Thursday, and I believe Dr. Michael and President Crawford will be there to testify on that.
Yes.
And it'll be cross-filed, and the hearing on that one is the 30th of January.
Yes. Okay. All righty. Excellent. Okay. Let us take a short break, come back at 2 o'clock. When we come back, yeah, it is 2 o'clock. I just want to make sure I didn't say. Hmm? What's that? What's
2 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah. Come back take a break, come back at 2 o'clock, and at that time we'll have the State Superintendent search update. Okay? Great. All right.
Don't do it. I just found out my son.
Yes, yes.
And they said, bring it down and really talk into it.
I'm going to turn this portion of the meeting over to Dr. Michael.
Thank you, President Crawford. Members and public, pleased today to provide an update on our superintendent search. Our partners from HYA are here, Dr. Monica Brown and Dr. Jack Smith. Delighted that they'll be giving us a presentation, a detailed presentation on the update of the process so far, and providing a synthesis of that process in the form of a profile of a candidate. So very excited. I want to give just a few just updates for us, just to kind of anchor us back in, just to on the process. You know, we are committed to running a very thorough process, and a process that yields the strongest candidate pool possible. And so what that has meant, those who follow these processes, the quicker you can get to build the pool in the cycle of the year, the more robust of a pool that you have. And so by design, we have tried to do two things at one time: move swiftly and ensure that we have deep and a community stakeholder engagement as a part of our process. So I want to give you just some brief highlights that kind of compare and give us a sense of how we've done so far, and then we'll dig into it very deep. Our partners will run us through. Our engagement process was really twofold. One, we held a series of focus groups, and this was the thrust of our approach. We wanted to get, we didn't just want to only get survey responses. We wanted to have deep conversation with stakeholders that we've been engaged with, that are engaged across the state, and really get depth of conversation. And so we had 20 different focus groups. 3 of them were in the form of public town halls. 17 were groups that pulled together stakeholders from our education community. That was over 200 individuals participated in those over the past month. We had the survey, which we'll learn a little bit more about, but we had 353 survey responses. If you want to put that in context, in 2021 we had 229, so we've significantly grown our participation there. And we're moving again in a swift way. If you add those together, we'll have I think it's 564 total respondents have engaged in this part of the process. So our message, we just want to be clear and understate, we're going through a very thorough process. We're moving swiftly so that we have the strongest pool, so that we're setting the next term up to have, from 2024 to 2028, to have a very successful term as superintendent. So I am pleased, and let me also say, as we're looking at the words in the candidate profile, these are the words of constituents and of stakeholders. So we are part of the way that HYA will, and they'll talk about this, but our goal is not necessarily to wordsmith anything on the candidate profile, but this is about really hearing the voices of Marylanders and what they're looking for that came through as a part of this process. So I'm pleased to turn it over to Dr. Brown and Dr. Smith. Thank you all. And before we go any further, I do want to acknowledge Mr. Hands and Ms. Necessary, who have started that week before New Year's and have been working diligently to get all of this scheduled in partnership with HYA, which made it possible for us to have this type of engagement in the first weeks of January. So thank you. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much, President Crawford and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here today. Of the many, many times I've sat in this room, this is one of the times I never expected to be here. I never expected to be engaged in the search process for state superintendent. But when the opportunity came forward, and as I've done different kinds of work for HYA, Monica and I and Dr. Henry Johnson, who worked here and also in Montgomery County with me, we talked and said, let's try this. And my motivation, one, is to do work, but more importantly is I have tremendous affection for this state. There are over 1 million children and adolescents out there in 24 school systems. And they need the best we can provide. And Maryland has a history of providing great things for most kids, as I used to say in Montgomery County, not all. And so getting to that all is what's so important. And in the era we live in now, the state superintendent is not an icon. The state superintendent is a team member who comes in and joins, first of all, with you, hand in hand, and then with all the other entities in the state to do the work. And I had the rare pleasure of talking to most of those entities in the last 2 weeks, and it really was a pleasure. I was so reminded of the committed, focused, passionate people in the state on behalf of children and adolescents, on behalf of elementary, middle, and high school students. So we'd like to present some information to you today. We'll try to be brief about a really big topic. And so that's always a challenge, but we don't want to overtalk, but we also don't want to shortchange you on giving you the information that you want and need in this critically important role. And one of the things I've always appreciated about the state boards I've worked with in Maryland is you understand that you always have more responsibility than you do authority in this and all other efforts. So turn it over to Dr. Brown, and we'll walk through some information together.
So first, we just want to go over what we're going to do today. First, we're going to look at the process itself and just give you all an update of where you are in the process. And then we'll be looking at two documents, the leadership profile and the list of desired characteristics. These are the two. Oh.
You may need to just pull it closer to you, the mic.
I'm usually loud enough.
Okay. All right.
Teacher voice. Anyway, so we'll be looking at the process itself, but also two important documents for our use, which is the leadership profile and the list of desired characteristics. These become the guiding force for the search. We use these documents to recruit, to vet candidates, and ultimately to recommend candidates for you to interview. So it's important that we hear from all stakeholders, which we appreciate. And again, just a huge thank you to Zach Hands and Charlene Necessary, who put together all of our meetings and advertise them very well. So we very much appreciate that. So that's what we'll be doing today. So just to give you an update on the search process itself, HYA follows a 4-phase process: engage, recruit, select, and then transition. Where we are now, you can see the check marks. I've met with your planning committee, and we've set out a plan for the search. The survey has gone out and returned. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. We've done the focus groups, the board interviews, the leadership profile, and the list of desired characteristics, which we're going to go over today. The job has already been posted. The advertising has been engaged, and we are now in the process of collecting resumes. And you see what that's where the check mark ends. We will now begin screening interviews, reference checks, recruiting people who we believe meet the desired characteristics and can address the challenges put forth in the leadership profile. The third stage will be working with you, the state board. We'll present you a slate of candidates. We'll talk about all the candidates who applied, tell you who we think best best meet the needs of the leadership profile and have the characteristics that we've heard that will be most beneficial here in Maryland. Then we do the interviews. We'll do 2 sets of interviews at least. And then once you have a selected candidate, we will help you with the negotiations process and getting them on board. Final phase is transition, and that's where we help the new person to create, if they choose, a transition dashboard where they can keep you all informed of the transition to the role. And then if you have any coaching or mentoring needs, we would come in at that point too. So those are the 4 stages, and you can see where we are right now. We're in the recruitment stage, finishing up the engagement stage. And again, thank you for everyone who participated. Each of the board members, you were so generous with your time. Thank you. You all spoke to me. It was a pleasure to get to know you and to get to get to know why you're on the board and what you think is so important for Maryland's children. You come from many different places, but you all have a common vision for the superintendent, and I look forward to helping you to find the person who will best fit that position.
So as Monica was, am I on? Is that on?
Right now.
Now it's on?
Yep. Yeah.
Excellent. So as Monica said, we're just finishing up the engagement phase, although it will go forward for the coming days, because part of meeting with 16 or 17 groups of people that I met with on Zoom was to give them my email address. And I've actually gotten emails from some of them, and I got one this morning, where I invite them to go ahead and give feedback, because all of this feedback has two purposes. The initial purpose is to really think about the characteristics that you want and need to see, and all the folks in Maryland want and need to see in the state. The other purpose is, as Dr. Brown just said, to think about the end of the process, when you have that final identified candidate and you have all of the information. You will see all of their language and information in pages of notes that were taken during those meetings. And those notes can become guiding work for you as you work with that person, because many, many, many individuals said they want X, and if you're only seeing Y, then that's a good time to ask a question. So we started with a planning meeting. We had the board interviews that Monica discussed. The focus group planning, I have to add my thank you to Charlene Necessary and Zach Hands for that. They really worked above and beyond to make sure that everyone was connected, and then we would show up at the meeting and work with the folks on there and listen and write or type. And that's what it came down to, is to gather their thoughts in a way that they wanted to provide them without judgment or response or discussion, because people need to say what's on their mind. And for me to want to change their mind or to give them added new information is not useful. And so I had really wonderful conversations or listening opportunities with the people in this state. And they were sometimes nervous because they found they might not be in complete sync with their organization, or they might not be in complete sync with their community or their school system. But we assured them that's not the goal. We're not going to put anyone's name out there or attach any words to anyone's name. The goal is for you to say what it is. And then it was fun to watch as the hands would go up in agreement, and 30 people, 15 of them would put their hand up, or 4 more would say, I agree, I agree, I agree, and get a sense of kind of what was important. The last thing I'll say about the focus group planning and the board interviews, as we went through that, there was tremendous alignment in what was said. It was said from different perspectives: early childhood, special education, the General Assembly, the governor's office, the PTA, the student group, the teachers of the year group. But the themes were the same. And that was a really important finding as we went through this. The town hall meetings, not so well represented. The people who came generally spoke, not all. But what we found is that the focus groups had really good representation, and then they would say, do you mind if I send your email address out to the rest of our members who weren't able to make it? And I said, no, of course not, send it out. We want to hear from them. And then finally we have the survey. And as Dr. Brown said, the survey data is complete. The formatting is being finished right now. You should have that in your hands in the next 48 hours. And Zach or Charlene will send that out to you as soon as we can provide it to them. It's formatted at headquarters, and so they'll finish the formatting. So the purpose of this search is for you to have an array of candidates in front of you that can do this job. We don't pick the state superintendent. We don't try to influence it. And if you say, well, one time I know this happened, well, that was one time. Our goal is never to try to influence who you choose. It's rather to make sure that you have an array of candidates who fit the characteristics that people have told us are important. So let's talk just for a minute about the strengths and areas of challenge. It's a very favorable environment for an educational leader to join this team. You have money, you have the will of the legislators and the governor's office, and you have 24 school systems, all who have various levels of commitment and anxiety about the blueprint. And I think as we look at the blueprint, and I've been engaged with it for up until 2 years ago for its entire inception and creation, it's a big job, but it's a great time to come to Maryland or be in Maryland or stay in Maryland and be part of it. You have very strong educational experts at MSD. I had the wonderful chance to see several of them that I used to work with in a building full of them. There are really good people here and good people in the state that could be added to this team. And there will not be a problem getting the expertise if the culture and environment invites them to come in. You have a very high-functioning State Board of Education. Now, you may think I'm flattering you, but I live in Maine now. It's miserably cold, and I don't really love it, but I don't need to flatter you. I heard this over and over and over. People are pleased with this State Board of Education and your commitment and your attention to what they say, and they're just hoping that you'll add a team member as a state superintendent who will further that cause. And I have to say, several of them did point out from a variety of different groups that in the last 2 or 3 months, there's been a lot more responsiveness and collaboration coming from the state superintendent's office and MSD. I would be remiss if I did not tell you that. That was said many times. And they said, we don't want that to stop. And that is in no way promoting any certain candidate, but that's incumbent upon you that level of engagement not slow down or go away. Next. Challenges. The affordability and implementation of the blueprint. That people are afraid. They're worried that the transportation budget's going to get in the way. They're worried about lots of things, and they're worried that it be implemented in a way that it is doable. And if you've known me very long, and some of you have, I like to talk about what's implementable. There are some great ideas in the world that are not implementable, and people are worried about that. They're worried about working with 2 governing bodies, and we did talk to the AIB as part of this process. They expressed great confidence in you, and they want a team member that will join you and them in this effort, who will not come in and try and change what the blueprint is, but will have a sense of the evolution of continuous improvement of a great educational plan. They really want to see a rebuilding of trust with the lawmakers, locals, and school boards across the state. That was a common theme across everyone. They want to see an enhancement of the reputation of MSDE, and 2 statements that were made I think are particularly interesting from the time that I spent with people. One said, we want to be an education destination again. And the other one said, don't look back to 20 years ago when you were number 2 in the state. And those are, I think, important comments, and they weren't said carelessly or flippantly. They were advice as you go forward. And then keeping the ideals and the purpose of the blueprint and not letting it devolve into just implementations and checklists and tasks, but true opportunity for all students, every single one, each and every one, so that, as I always like to say, all means all and nothing else in the state of Maryland. So there are some challenges. There's some great strengths and assets that have been voiced, and a lot of consistency in those.
So the next thing we asked all of the focus groups and interviewees was to talk about some characteristics that they'd like to see in a new superintendent and would be most predictive of success for the superintendent. We heard a lot of things, and to follow up with what Dr. Smith was saying, we did create a document of those, that leadership profile that the board has. We will be using that to give to potential candidates, and will be it can be accessed by anyone who applies for the position. The same with, it's a one-sheeter. It's called a list of desired characteristics. And we get so much information from the focus groups and the interviews. So I'd like to go over just a few, but there's a sheet that will be posted that has them all there. You all talked about innovation within the framework of the blueprint. Collaborative, reform-minded, an experienced, communicator. That came up a great deal, to be a outstanding communicator. Also, as far as experienced leader, that has someone who has a passion for student success, can work with both boards, has a proven track record for navigating transformational change, is a talented facilitator and and the communication skills, again, just kept coming up as very important. Someone who will inspire the staff here at the MSDE and also with the LEAs. And someone who understands the value of partnering with you, the board, with the AIB, and with the leadership here and across the state. Someone who is committed to enhancing student experiences and accelerating outcomes, as Dr. Smith said, for all students. Someone who displays fiscal acumen and can responsibly manage the equitable allocation of resources in a transparent manner. Those are things that came up. As far as a compassionate leader, under that umbrella, people talked about someone who's committed to equity and demonstrates an understanding of the diverse needs of the students throughout the state, but also of the LEAs themselves, the local education agencies, and the diversity of local education agencies and within those. Also someone who can create and foster a professional and open environment even when dealing with complex situations and challenging issues. Someone who demonstrates care, transparency, honesty, responsiveness, all the time, in public groups and in small settings. Someone who exhibits integrity, empathy, humility, maturity, flexibility, and determination. And as far as an unflappable leader, some of the things that were brought up is someone who can navigate many different types of environments, someone who will visit all 24 local education agencies and make sure to get to know the people in those, creating positive relationships with people in the local districts. Someone who can have a clear understanding of public education and the role of the State Department and the role the State Department plays. Someone who's confident, approachable, collaborative, and resilient. This role is not for someone faint of heart. The unflappable means that in times of challenge, they keep moving, have a good attitude, keep going. Someone who's personable, definitely politically savvy, and an astute leader who's not satisfied with the status quo and able to collaborate with elected and appointed officials as well as the staff here and around the state to meet the goals of the blueprint. So sounds like we're looking for someone who is, that person is out there. We're going to bring you many people who fit these characteristics to different levels, and interviews will encourage you to, and we will help you to write the questions that try to understand all of the candidates and how many of these characteristics they really bring to the table.
I just wanted to share a few more of the comments that were made because I think they go to this. One that goes to unflappable. One 11th grader in this state said to me on a Zoom in a group of students that were very good and very insightful. She said, okay, so we need someone who is okay with being uncomfortable. I said, I understand. Tell me more. She said, it's okay to be uncomfortable. Then you come back and you engage and you work and you talk. And I thought, wow, the insight of a 16-year-old to understand that and to see the difference when that does happen and when it does happen. Another person said, this state needs somebody who understands business at MSDE. And I listened to Donna speak earlier about the budget, and you do have to. And then went on to say, but that's no excuse for not being an expert in instruction and students and teaching and all of those areas. You need both. And that statement in some form was made many, many times. And it's true, you need both. You need it as a principal, as a local superintendent, and certainly as a state superintendent. A couple of people said, work with credibility. That was said a lot of times in different ways, but you have to know what you're talking about. And you should never say that you do know when you don't. And so those are just some of the personal things that were said I have a notebook that's mostly MSDE here, statements that have all been transcribed, and you've either gotten them or you'll get them in the next day or two. And there's just a lot of thought and feeling and passion and excitement and anxiety out there about what people are looking for, and they have a lot of confidence in you to deliver that.
And we're looking forward to getting started in the recruitment process, interviewing candidates, weighing them against what you see here, and then bringing them to you to be interviewed.
All right. Thank you very much for providing this overview. Board members, just want to anchor you. We had the process at the beginning, but we are marching along. We posted just before the holiday the role. The search will fully move into that phase. I believe just at the beginning of March, we'll close the pool. Is that correct? And then our work with HYA on a more regular basis will begin as we begin to review the first set of candidates. We'll do a couple round of interviews. We will settle and finalize. We have tentative dates. We'll settle and finalize those as a board. And all of us will be actively engaged in those three key steps. So as we do the initial review of candidates, first round of interviews, and the final round, we will all be engaged in that. So with that, we'll turn it over to any questions, thoughts, comments anybody has at this time. All right. Well, it looks like you covered it all. So thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you for your efforts over the past month in particular to get this community engagement and stakeholder engagement done in a really professional, thorough manner, but also in a timely manner. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We're now moving to the section portion for the executive session. I'm going to read the statement which would allow us to go into executive session. We anticipate being in executive session about an hour, and then we'll reconvene here. Pursuant to Section 3-305B1 and B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 4 appeals and personnel matters. The floor is now open for discussion of any clarification. Seeing no clarification, the floor is now open for a motion that would allow us to go into executive session. So we have Mr. Yellow, the motion, and seconded by Mr. Paul. The floor is open for discussion around the motion. Seeing no discussion on the motion, the floor is now open for a vote to allow us to go into executive session. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Looks unanimous. So our plan is to be back in about an hour, and we will adjourn to executive session. Thank you much. Calling the meeting to order, so we're reconvening. Thank you, members of the public. We're moving now to State Board member committee reports. So the floor is now open for board members to make reports. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Just a brief report. The Education Policy Committee met for its monthly meeting on the 10th. Also, there were a couple of different legislative stakeholder meetings that happened in between with MSEA's legislative and Strong Schools Maryland about their legislative priorities. And we'll have our regular monthly meeting February 7th, I believe. Yep, February 7th. And the legislative.
Anyone else? Dr. Golson?
Yes, thank you. The Education Transformation and Accountability Committee did not meet in the month of January, but we will meet on February 15th at 6 p.m.
Very good. Any other reports? This is now time for board members to suggest future agenda items. You can, again, suggest the agenda items today, or you can get with us before the next meeting. We'll be reaching out to everyone's. Anything come to mind that we want to make sure we pick up? Any agenda items, future agenda items for consideration at this time? I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Mr. Gear.
The future legislator 9-year-old that I live with suggested that we take up a conversation about a PJ's Day for all students across the state. and when I brought it up and I said, well, would we want to have a discussion about the money and decisions about money that goes to schools, or do we want the conversations about PJ? She said, well, both are important. Both are important.
Well, I would. The only amendment that I would offer there is that if it's good enough for students, is it good enough for the board? Strike that from the record. Okay. Now turn to Mr. Schoen for opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. The board has 2 opinions and 2 orders to announce today. In the matter for removal of local board member Renee Dixon, this was a removal request. The state board decided not to issue charges. This is opinion 24-01, and that decision will be issued later in the week. And in Joy Woods versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, this was a teacher termination matter that went to the Office of Administrative Hearings and came back with a proposed decision. The state board adopted the proposed decision of the administrative law judge affirming the termination. This is board opinion 24-02. And there are 2 orders to announce. In Tonya Wingfield et al. Versus Prince George's County Board of Education, the board lacked jurisdiction over the issues alleged, so the board dismissed it. That's order 24-01. And in Krishna B. versus Montgomery County Board of Education, the board also lacked jurisdiction over the majority of the questions, the issues raised, but the board does have jurisdiction over one matter and is referring the matter back to the local board to address a question related to local policy. And that's order 24-02.
Very good. Are there any matters for the good of the order that we need to address today? Okay. Seeing no matters for the good of the order that need to be addressed at this time, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by Dr. Getty. I want to give you sufficient time to discuss that. Seeing no question, no comments or discussion of the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Unanimous. Okay. Thank you much, everyone.
Good job.